and take it away. Go ahead, Mayor.
Hey, good evening. I'm calling to order the regular meeting of the Ross-Town Council Thursday, October 14, 2021. First item is the call to order and the roll call. Linda, can you please take the roll?
Yes, good evening, council members. Councilmember Breckus
Aye.
and Councilmember Kircher
Here.
and Councilmember Cool,
Here.
Councilmember McMillan,
Here.
and Mayor Robbins.
Here. Item number 2, posting of agenda. Has the agenda been posted?
Yes, it has.
Thank you. Item number 3, minutes. Ben, can we approve all in a batch or do we need to do them individually? We have
No.
4.
Excuse me, Mayor, we have 2 sets of minutes that we have some recusals, so we'll have
Oh,
to.
so we'll just do them one at a time then?
Yeah,
All right. So the minutes for 9/8/21.
yes, Councilmember Breckus is recused from that.
Okay, is there a motion to approve the minutes from 9/8/21?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, let's take the vote. How do you vote, Councilmember Kircher?
Aye.
Councilmember Cool,
Aye.
Councilmember McMillan,
Aye.
and Mayor Robbins.
Aye.
Okay, the motion passes.
Minutes from September 9, 2021.
So council members Kircher and Breckus are recused.
So is there a
Move to
motion?
approve.
Second.
Okay, let's take the vote. Councilmember, let's see, Councilmember Cool,
Aye.
Councilmember McMillan,
Aye.
and Mayor Robbins.
Aye.
And the motion passes. And then the other 2 sets of minutes, everyone was in attendance, so we could probably do those together.
Thank you. Then the minutes from 9/13 and 9/14, and that was one meeting, and the minutes from 9/17.
I move approval.
Second.
Okay, and how do you vote, Councilmember Breckus
Aye.
and Councilmember Kircher,
Aye.
Councilmember Cool,
Aye.
Councilmember McMillan,
Aye.
and Mayor Robbins.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Item 4, demands. Have the demands been met?
Yes, they have.
Thank you. Item 5, open time for public expression. This is an opportunity for members of the public to speak on an item that's not on the agenda. Your time is limited to 3 minutes. Council can't discuss or act on items that are that speakers bring up at this part. Are there any members of the public who have raised their hand to offer comments during this section, Linda?
I don't see any, Mayor.
All right, then let's move on to the mayor's report, item number 6. Should the Ross Common be reimagined? Should the common simply be repaired and maintained? Or are there minor changes that would enhance the common? Ross residents are welcome to share their opinions as the council discusses the extent of work to be undertaken in the heart of our town. The council first discussed the topic of making changes to the common last spring when town staff reported that the pathways in the common needed to be replaced. Since the pathways needed repaving, the question then arose as to whether there should be changes to any of their locations. There are currently paths that cut across the common, as well as a perimeter path. Other topics raised included whether parts of the common should remain as grass or have structures added, such as tables, benches, and places for games, how the grove area should be used, including whether dogs should be leashed, and whether more trees should be planted. Ross residents were emailed a questionnaire in late July seeking feedback about the common. The responses showed that Ross Common is beloved by residents. Many saw no need for changes other than routine maintenance. Some liked some of the potential changes and additions to the common. Many asked if it would be possible to add bathrooms. Some commented about traffic, an issue that the council will address later as part of an overall assessment of downtown parking, traffic, and safety. At the August council meeting, a landscaping consultant presented proposals for potential projects on the common. These included widened pathways, new concrete patios with tables and chairs, a game area in place of grass adjacent to the post office, and changes to the post office crosswalk and parking. Council members agreed that the paths needed repaving and that the hedge and grass should be replanted after the drought, but asked the consultant to return with scaled down plans for the other proposals. These are being discussed tonight. Images of the consultant's proposals can be found online in the October 14 staff report. The council is expected to finalize the extent of work on the common at its November or December meeting. In the meantime, we welcome input from residents at towncouncil.townofross.org or by contacting Planning and Building Director Patrick Streeter. Item number 7 is council committee and liaison reports. Does anyone have any reports from their committees? Councilmember Breckus.
Well, it's a more of a liaison. As some of us were invited to participate in SURGE, which is the Stand Up for Racial Justice that many elected officials throughout the county have been participating in. And I just wanted to update you. This was our 4th meeting that I participated in with that group. And, I just wanted to say that it's a very thoughtful process. It's mixed, so there's no 2 council members from, or even, certainly not 3, but not even 2 from any particular jurisdiction. So I'm not participating in an official capacity, or for that matter, with another council member. But it is something happening countywide, and I just wanted to say it's been really great to participate in it and hear the ideas of a lot of people who are young and have, a lot of attention on issues of racial justice throughout the county. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember McMillan.
Yeah, I've been also participating in SURGE, and it's been very interesting and beneficial. I did want to mention that I believe, because I am on the MC Climate Action Committee, that Max Perry approached me about the town of Ross considering passing a climate emergency resolution. There's more to come on that. I just wanted everyone to be aware of that.
Thank you. Any other updates from committees? Councilmember Kircher.
I attended the MCE Clean Energy Retreat. This is an annual event. And I must say, this is my 2nd year as Ross's delegate to MCE. I'm more and more impressed with this organization as I go along. It's really an example of what local government can do, how it can really have a huge impact. MCE started out as Marin Clean Energy 11 years ago, I think it was, with a budget of $345,000. This year, closing in on $500 million. Its territory is now not just Marin now, but Marin, Solano, Napa, and Contra Costa. Statewide, the average of renewables used in energy production, electric energy production, is about 30%. In the MCE jurisdiction, 61%. So this organization is really having an impact, and it's by no means finished. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if it didn't get into power generation. Right now, it's an aggregator. It aggregates demand, all these jurisdictions in these 4 counties, so that it can deal as a single entity with these suppliers and get better rates. It has excellent credit, so it doesn't have to make advanced deposits. It can enter into long-term contracts. It has quite a bit of clout. And so that's to our advantage. We can get renewable energy at competitive rates. But it also provides technical assistance and financial assistance to businesses, to cities, counties, community organizations for installation of solar, battery storage, energy efficiency. And it's also been promoting electric vehicle usage and charging stations in areas such as businesses or multifamily complexes. So it's quite an organization, and it was a long retreat. It was a 5-hour Zoom meeting, but very, very, very productive. Look forward to serving for another year. I also went to the Climate Action Committee meeting. Julie's our delegate to that, but because of Surge had a conflict. So Julie was there for the first part of it. Shall I just go ahead, Julie, and mention just the main topic was a presentation on electric bicycles as an alternative way to get around, not just for traffic, but for the environment. And there are a lot of challenges, safety and the concern about theft and so forth, but people are working on that. This is possibly a viable solution for a number of people. Also of note, just San Anselmo, I think, is moving ahead with possibly an ordinance with or amending its building codes with regard to use of electric energy, and possibly, and this was just mentioned, and I don't want to get ahead of San Anselmo, of course, all its proceedings are public, but it just possibly charging for parking or something as a way to generate funds for investment in sustainability.
Thank you. Are there any other committee or liaison reports? Thank you. Let's move on to item 8, staff and community reports, starting with Town Manager Joe Chin.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. There's been a lot going on in Ross lately. In the last days of September and early October, the Ross Common, the portion of Redwood and the post office were repaved. Majori and Gelati did a very good job of completing the project timely and with the least disruption as possible in our very busy downtown corridor. I do want to thank Rich for his oversight of this project. On October 1st, we had the town dinner where we drew over 500 plus residents on a beautiful night under the lights on the Commons. It was great to have neighbors and friends dining and socializing together, and the smooth music of Bob Scott and the All-Star Band. The event was so popular that we had to stop the registrations due to selling out all the chairs available. A huge thank you to Gretchen Kostetz and her recreation team of Janine Wagner and Maya Talmadge. And thanks to the Ross Police and Public Works staff of Anthony Alcazar and Zach Baker. They made it happen. It was a spectacular event and greatly enjoyed by all who attended. That brings us to Age Friendly Ross. Terry Dowling, the head of our Ross Age Friendly Task Force, is in the process of completing the Age Friendly Strategic Plan and submitting it to AARP. The 3-year strategic plan includes a number of objectives, such as ensuring the Ross facilities and community spaces are age-friendly, enhancing social participation and activities, enhancing communication and information to older residents, and improving emergency preparedness and response. To that end, and meeting a number of these objectives, on September 29th, the Age Friendly Task Force held a meeting at Crown and Crumpet that was sponsored by the town of Ross and RPOA, with all 27 spots being filled. Police Chief Pata gave a very well-received presentation, and the next event is being planned. Last night, the Ross Valley Fire Board had a very important discussion about 4 options of providing fire services for when the Ross Fire Station closes. We will have that discussion at our November 4th council meeting about the various options and what option may work best for the town of Ross prior to the next Ross Valley Fire Board meeting on November 10th. The goal of that November 10th Fire Board meeting is to choose the preferred option for providing services for when the Ross station does close. And that completes my report.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure if RPOA is planning to offer a report, but let's see. Linda, do you know if RPOA is raising their hand?
There are no hands raised right now, Mayor, and I don't see any familiar names in the attendees list.
Fine, then let's move on to number 9, the consent agenda. We have 3 items on the consent agenda. Would any members of the council like to remove any of these items from the consent agenda? Would any members of the public like to remove any of these items from the consent agenda?
There are no hands raised.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
All right, let's take the vote. How do you vote, Councilmember Breckus?
Aye.
Councilmember Kircher?
Aye.
Councilmember Cool?
Aye.
Councilmember McMillan?
Aye.
And Mayor Robbins?
Aye.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Now we're on to item number 10. So did you want to introduce this?
Thank you, Mayor. In June 2021, the council began a recruitment process for a new town manager following my retirement announcement. The town hired the executive management recruiting firm Avery Associates to assist with the hiring process. The process was a national search. There were 27 applicants for the town manager recruitment. Following the initial interviews by Avery Associates, the town council interviewed a number of very highly qualified candidates on 3 dates in September. The town council determined that Krista Johnson was the top candidate for the position. And the attached contract before you outlines the agreed upon terms and conditions of employment for the town manager. The employment agreement is a 3-year agreement. Krista is anticipated to start work on November 8th. I will be working in November 12th, and we'll be working together to have a smooth transition from me to her. And does the council have any questions on the employment agreement?
Councilmember McMillan.
I don't have a question. I just have a comment, and that is to thank you, Mayor Robbins, and also Councilmember Cool for participating in the negotiation, and to also thank Ben for his help in drafting the contract. Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome. Any other questions or comments? Is there a motion to approve resolution
We should take public
2218?
comment first, Madam Mayor.
Oh, sorry. Are there any comments from members of the public?
No hands raised.
Then we'll bring it back to the council. Is there a motion to approve resolution 2218?
Move to
So
approve.
moved.
Second.
Okay, let's take the vote. How do you vote, Councilmember Breckus?
Aye.
Councilmember Kircher?
Aye.
Councilmember Cool?
Aye.
Councilmember McMillan?
Aye.
And Mayor Robbins?
Aye.
The motion passes unanimously.
So we are simply delighted to be able to welcome Ms. Johnson to Ross, and we're looking forward to working with her. As Joe mentioned, she'll be starting on November 8th, and we'll be overlapping with Joe for 1 week, which will provide a really excellent transition. And for those who don't know Ms. Johnson, she has extensive experience in municipal government, and of all, and as Joe mentioned, she was selected from a pool of 27 candidates. So congratulations, Ms. Johnson, and we look forward to working with you. Item number 11 is Town Council consideration of introduction of ordinance number 710, amending portions of the Ross Municipal Code pertaining to signs. Patrick Streeter.
Thank you, Mayor Robbins and members of the council. The item before you is the consideration of introduction of an ordinance to amend some of our sign regulations. And so we've had sign regulations in the town code for quite some time. It goes back to the original comprehensive zoning regulations that were adopted. They have been updated from time to time, usually in a reactionary way. Something, there's an issue and then the town responds by updating the code. There's recent case law that has been challenging most municipalities' sign codes, saying that they're violating the constitutional rights for free speech in that they're content-based. So the town is regulating what goes on the sign rather than the physical characteristics of the sign. So this was brought in front of the council earlier this summer. And because of the complexity of updating the code and the ever-changing legal landscape of these challenges to the sign code, the council decided to form a subcommittee with a member of the town attorney's office, a member of the planning department, and a council member. That subcommittee met twice and came up with the updates that are being proposed tonight. So it's a toned down version of what was initially presented. And the approach is, rather than trying to just overhaul all of the sign regulations, it's to focus on the most important ones that are likely to cause an issue for the town down the road, and to form the approach as we're trying to regulate the signs by the type of land use and the type of interaction with the signs that would be expected from the community, rather than the content of the signs. So just to quickly look back at the two chapters that are being updated with this code update. The single family residential district had specific regulations for the types of signs identifying different properties, as well as banners that could only be set up for special events. There's real estate sign regulations. We're recommending not changing those because they're commercial speech and would likely not run afoul of the recent case law. And in the general regulations, again, the signs were specifically talking about certain special events and certain speakers who could put up the sign. So these proposed regulations would eliminate that and talk about the signs themselves rather than their content. So as I mentioned earlier, in the R1 district, the approach is to really look at the type of land use that's occurring on a property. So if it's a single family home, it's not likely to have much interest from people driving down the street. It's not likely to be necessary to have large signs that are going to be visited by a number of people that need to be seen from the public way. Whereas something like a school or a church, it's in their interest to have that type of signage. And so framing it on aesthetics and safety, we're saying that we're reducing clutter by updating the sign ordinance to allow sites that have a high degree of visitation and require a high degree of visibility from the public way. They have a greater amount of signage that they're allowed. And this is just keeping the limits on signage the same as they are in the code. But rather than saying, for instance, Branson School can put up this amount of signage, we can say that types of uses that are likely to have several visitors that don't live there are allowed to put up this amount of signage. And then when we go into the general rule for all zoning districts, previously we said that A-frame signs had to be advertising a special event. We didn't define what a special event was. And then there were timeframes around that. So now we're just saying everyone has a right to set up an A-frame sign. It can only be up for 12 hours. And if it's to be put up in the right of way, you need an encroachment permit from the town. And then similarly, our approach to election signs, rather than calling them election signs or political signs, we're saying everyone has a right to put up temporary signs, but they can only be put up for 60 days before or 60 days or less leading up to a local, state, or federal election. And they must be taken down within 10 days of that election. So again, we're not regulating the content of the signs, just when you're allowed to put up your temporary sign. It doesn't have to necessarily have anything to do with the upcoming election. It's just that those are the time periods that you're allowed to put up signs. We have looked at this proposal in relation to the California Environmental Quality Act, and generally policy making and setting standards are not considered a project and therefore would not trigger further environmental review. And so it is the recommendation of staff that the council introduce ordinance number, it's actually 710, which would amend the Ross Municipal Code in chapters 1816 and 1840 to update our sign regulations. And that concludes the staff presentation.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Patrick from members of the council? Councilmember Breckus?
Sorry, sometimes my Zoom gets hidden. I was looking at the staff report at the same time. So I was confused by a couple things in the staff report. I understand the justification of eliminating political signs, but then temporary signs gives you a right to put up signs about anything for a period of time. So if I wanted to put up a sign that said, you know, anything, I mean, I get the idea is to make it content neutral to pass the language, but if I wanted to put up a sign out of the right way, for example, in my driveway, that said, you know, the county board of supervisors are doing bad things or whatever I wanted to put up about it, I would have the right to put that up for 60 days. And then I could take it down and then I could put it up again. And so I could really have a sign up quite a lot of time. And that was one of my concerns was, you know, doesn't it encourage signs? Whereas really what we want to do is limit signs in some way so that people don't just start putting up signs all the time. And then the other question I had is it allows like an institution such as Magic or Branson or Ross School to put up signs on their property for essentially 6 months. And I was just concerned that, you know, we're going to end up having signs up a lot because that is an effective way of getting their message out, not well targeted. Maybe emails to the people that they're trying to target would be better, especially if we were concerned about, you know, signs being too frequent. So those are my two questions and concerns.
Sure, I'll try to address those. And yeah, that's kind of the point is that, you know, leading up to an election, you have the right to put up any kind of sign you want. And previously, yeah, we could have said that they have to be related to the election. We don't have that authority now. So if you want to put up a sign that says, "I love cookies," you have, you know, a couple 60-day periods a year that you might be able to do that. But it does give us the power then, if somebody does litter their front yard with political signs, you know, if it's 10 days after the election, we can make them take those out. Whereas previously under the previous code, it was unenforceable. So if somebody challenges us, you know, if somebody puts up a bunch of election signs and then we say, you got to take those out, they say, you don't have a defensible sign code. And then we run into a whole kind of problem. So it does create a little bit more freedom. Whether or not it's an incentive for people to start putting out signs, I'm not sure. I think if somebody already wanted to put up a sign, they probably would without even referring to the code. But at least now we have some level of enforcement that we can apply to it. And regarding the institutions like the schools and the churches, they were already given the authority to put up signs for, you know, whatever the lengths of time that are in the proposed language. Those are just coming from our existing zoning code. It's just that previously where it said they're allowed to put up a sign advertising an upcoming event or class, they now can put up any sort of sign they want, but it's still subject to the same limitations on the size of the sign and the duration that it can be up. So there could be some incentive here, but really we're just trying to create enforceability for the regulations. And Ben, I think I saw you raise your hand.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I would just add on the first point about what Councilmember Breckus has raised of taking down the sign and then putting it back up for another subsequent 60 days. I do think we could add language to say per calendar year, 60 days per calendar year to try to avoid that scenario. But I think what Patrick has stated about the enforceability of our existing ordinance and in light of the Supreme Court case, I think this is the best way of doing it in order to make our political signs that we want to regulate still regulatable, if that's even a word.
But Ben, what if there's an election in November and again in June? Is it 60 days? Oh, I see. I mean, that's one calendar year. Is that a problem?
Do elections really happen twice a year like that?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes a local election and then sometimes a general election. So it's not, that could easily
So I
come
guess
up.
you could say twice in a calendar year. If there's elections, but possibly twice a year, I think we want to make clear it to be for
Okay.
twice.
I think that would work. Okay. Let's see.
I
So,
can ask one more question though.
okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Isn't there a provision about A-frame signs? And then there's a separate provision about temporary signs, and I was reading them as two different. So you could have A-frame signs for 12 hours and place it up every day. And then the temporary signs isn't the same. It's a separate, I thought it was like a separate provision, standalone.
Correct. The temporary signs is basically taking the place in our code is what the political signs used to be in our code.
But are they different? I mean, I can put up A-frame signs for 12 hours every day for 365 days a year. And then I can put up temporary signs and they have different provisions and they're treated differently.
Correct. They are treated differently. You could theoretically have two signs up if you met the duration requirements of those provisions.
I mean, can't we make temporary signs something that, I mean, I don't know why you need it. Well, I guess if you're having a yard sale, maybe you'd want a temporary sign or A-frame sign, but those have historically been used by, you know, Pixie Park, we're having our spring fair, or I got a farmer's market going on. Can't that be related to the commercial side of it? I mean, should we have individual residences have that?
Well, again, we can't regulate by the speaker, but I think just, going with what Ben suggested for the, what we're calling the temporary signs, which is the political signs, we can add, you can do A-frame signs for a duration of no more than 12 hours, 4 times a year. And then you can't just replace it every 12 hours. You're limited. And, enforcement, I doubt we're going to be out there, checking at each house to see if they have an A-frame sign up for, more than 48 hours in a year. But that would be a way of regulating. So that if there is a problem property, we do have something that's in place.
Does that
That would be
prohibit
my
the businesses from having an A-frame sign during the day?
In
With
theory,
some-
yes. And right now, if a business wants to put an A-frame sign out on the sidewalk, they need an encroachment permit anyway.
But if they got an encroachment permit, they could still put it up every day, or not if we change it to match the.
Not if we
temporary
change this
sign.
language.
So I don't quite know what we do with that. Let's see, Councilmember Cool, and then McMillan, and then Kircher.
Patrick, what if somebody put up a sign that had obscenities on it? Do we have any control over that?
I think that is not protected speech. So, and Ben, I might ask you to help me out here, but I think anything with obscenities or vulgarities, I think that's not protected speech, right?
It depends on the content. I mean, I think it is protected speech. I mean, well, you can't control what someone says on their signs unless it's inciting something. So incitement is one issue, but if someone puts up something that is has vulgarity in it, I don't think it's unprotected speech.
Okay, Councilmember McMillan.
I'm just 2 quick questions. I would like to see the 10 days reduced to 5 because I think 10 days after an election is too long. And I think the size is too big. Those little election things that we put in, Measure K is only 3 square feet. Elizabeth measured, it's 24 by 18, 3 square feet. And we're saying that you can have 10 square feet, which is more than 3 times what those little political signs are. I think that's too big. So I know that's not framed as a question. What are your thoughts behind having 10 square feet for the sign?
Yeah, the 10 square feet just came directly from our existing code. So if the council wants to reduce the allowed size of signage, that's perfectly fine.
And the day duration also comes from our existing code. And it also comes from existing case law, where the Ninth Circuit a while back found that the duration of 10 days was constitutionally acceptable. So I think cities have used that 10-day rule as something that's already been adjudicated by the courts, since courts do look at the duration requirements for what used to be called political signs, but now temporary signs, with a little bit of a different lens. So I think most cities have used that 10-day as a rule of thumb because the Ninth Circuit has said that was fine.
The 5-day time limit hasn't been tested. Not that we want to invite that kind of test, right?
It has not.
But you would advise us to go with 10 because it's been approved.
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kircher.
Yes, I know this is a time for us to ask questions of staff, but since I was on this subcommittee that drafted it, I'd like to just respond to a couple of points, unless I should delay that until we discuss the ordinance in general after public comment. Is this the appropriate time for me to weigh in, or should I just hold my comments?
I mean, I suppose we should wait, we'll finish with questions, ask the members of the public, and then we'll get back to you, and you can be the first speaker, Bill. Okay?
Sure.
I would just
that's fine.
add, as a member of the subcommittee, though, if you can, better answer one of the questions, I jump in and welcome your comments.
Are there any other questions for Councilmember Kircher or Patrick Streeter? Councilmember Breckus.
Can you just explain the rationale? I understand the rationale of temporary signs. We're saying they're temporary and they're before election, but what's the rationale for homeowners to have A-frame signs? Is it because we can't distinguish between the farmer's market and Pixie Park? And I'm sorry, maybe you said this before, I didn't quite understand.
Yeah, it's we can't distinguish by the speaker. And so when we're in the R1 district, when we're talking about the size and duration that's allowed for signage, we're saying it's based on the type of land use. We could theoretically come up with something similar for A-frame signs, but we just felt we didn't want to change too much of the sign code. So really it was kind of just an exercise in semantics, changing the names of these types of regulations. And so there was existing regulations for A-frame signs. It just said that they had to be directional signs and they had to be for a special event. And it didn't say if it was for commercial property or private property. So we took that and we said, instead of saying it can only be for a special event, we said you're limited on how long you can put up an A-frame sign. But that's the extent to that we're regulating it. We're not saying what kind of A-frame sign needs to be. So we could do something similar like we did with the R1 district. It's just, it wasn't anticipated that a lot of single family homes would be putting up a bunch of A-frame signs. But there might be an occurrence where they needed to, and we didn't want to necessarily prohibit that.
Thank you.
Patrick, does the A-frame sign wording prohibit the stores in town? Like there's one that has an A-frame sign up a lot. You showed a picture of it. Would that still be prohibited with this ordinance? I mean, would that still be permitted with this ordinance?
Right, and so with the way the ordinance is written right now, yes, it would be. They'd have to take it down every night. They could put it up for 12 hours during business.
Okay.
But if we did put that restriction that it could only be 4 times a year or so forth, then we would be limiting the existing A-frame signs that we have in our commercial areas.
Okay, but right now it's not limited.
Correct.
Okay. Councilmember Breckus.
About the encroachment permit, is there, do people have to apply for that? And what is the fine for that? Or what is the cost for that? Do people have to apply every single time, or you can apply at the beginning of the year and say, hey, I'm, the farmer's market stand, and I want to put this up 12 times a year at, this location. Is it possible for people to do that? And can you tell us what the expense would be?
Yeah, it's towards the latter, and I'll let Richard Simmons jump in on this. He handles encroachment permits, but for instance, lawn furniture or like outdoor seating, like outside of Tony Tuto's, that requires an encroachment permit, and we just have an ongoing encroachment permit that allows them to have those tables. But Rich, if you want to chime in on the cost.
Right. Yeah. So we are a little bit flexible with encroachment permit time requirements for having them with the encroachment in the right of way. So normally an encroachment permit would cost about $450 if there's no traffic control. And I usually let the duration go for 3 months before expiration on normal construction contracts, we are flexible with like the outdoor seating. We've done an annual type permit where we review it after a year, and it can go in perpetuity, or we could even set a limit of 5 years with the annual review too. So there's some flexibility there.
So for example, for Tony Tutu's encroachment permit, it's $450 for 3 months, and then 4 times a year they pay for that.
Not necessarily, no. In that case, we would allow them to do an annual permit. That would still be $450, depending on the amount of time I think myself and the DPW crew would need to be reviewing it for the fee should be based on cost recovery alone. But if it's something, a passive sign that we don't really need to monitor or regulate, we would allow $450 to be on an annual basis, on an annual renewal basis.
Thank you.
Any other questions of council members from council members? Then let's see if there are any members of the public who would like to comment about the sign ordinance. Linda, do you see anyone with their hand raised?
No, Mayor, there are no hands raised.
Then let's bring it back to the council, and Councilmember Kircher, we can hear your comments now.
Yeah, I mean, coming up with an ordinance that does what the Supreme Court says it wants us to do and doesn't potentially create problems is just a very difficult process, because as has already been pointed out, there are ways that this so-called neutral ordinance can be abused. For example, with regard to these temporary signs, they can be up for 12 hours. But taking this Supreme Court literally, where we can't discriminate or make distinctions based on the content, I mean, that's the dilemma we have. However, Justice Alito, by way of clarifying, and I thought not necessarily clarifying, but I'll just tell you what he said about this subject. This is part of a list, a non-comprehensive list of sign ordinances he thought would be okay. Rules imposing time restrictions on signs advertising a one-time event. Rules of this nature do not discriminate based on topic or subject and are akin to rules restricting the times within which oral speech or music is allowed. But I mean, it sort of begs the question, doesn't it? How do you know it relates to a one-time event unless you look at the content of the sign? I mean, I suppose theoretically you could have a sign where you can't really tell whether it relates to an event, but the owner is able to prove through some extrinsic evidence, well, it does. But I mean, it seems to create an opening for us to be a little more specific about this idea that you can have these signs up for 12 hours, that there are signs that by their nature relate to a one-time event. But that, I mean, I think that's about as far as we could go. And then I think the other concern the council had was this political season. What kind of signs would we see there? And again, that's another risk. I think in a community like Ross, it's not a huge risk, but you know, we can't completely rule that out. Do bear in mind that if for some reason we're not content neutral, we still have the option of showing we have a good reason, a convincing, compelling reason for doing this. And we have these overarching concerns about safety and aesthetics, which in Ross we take very seriously, and they're very important. And we have a very strong basis for making those priorities. The nature of our town, and narrow streets, and a lot of pedestrian traffic, and our history of protecting our views. But the point of this whole thing was to try to avoid even having to show a compelling reason. But that can always be our fallback. So my suggestion is to go with this. If it creates problems, maybe we have to rework it and try to button things down a little bit. The alternative is to be more specific about some of these signs, but then we are getting into potentially the territory of an ordinance that's not content neutral. So those are just my comments.
Well, thank you, Bill. I think that helps a lot. There are only two things that I would comment on. Julie already mentioned the size, that 10 square feet is way bigger than the 3 square feet. So that's the standard size for a political sign. In looking online, sometimes people go with, instead of 24 by 18 inches, they go by 24 by 24 inches. So maybe we would say up to 4 square feet. It's still about the same size for those yard signs, but I don't think we should have our temporary signs. I don't see a reason to have temporary signs bigger than 4 square feet unless others feel that way. And then someone had mentioned the 6 months, the possible 6-month duration for banners in front of schools and churches and other institutions. That does seem like a lot. I mean, why would we want, that just seems like a lot. Is there a way to cut that down? Those would be my 2 comments. What other comments or sort of tweaks? Otherwise, I think it's fine. I'm totally fine with the whole, everything that Bill and Patrick are proposing, except for the size of the temporary signs, and then maybe how long the banners are up. What do others think? Councilmember Breckus.
Well, I would agree with your comments. I think that maybe my comments about concerns that we're going to have A-frames all over the place or 12 hours of signs every day is, a problem, a solution in search of a problem. So if we can adopt this and then see how it goes, it sounds like our sign ordinance has been adopted at times when we've been reactionary to signs. I guess I'm curious if we felt like we had a problem with signs because we didn't like the aesthetics or we didn't like, the sign. Well, I mean, that's where I'm kind of curious about, and I don't know if our town attorney wants to weigh in, but if we had another conversation about this and we're feeling like, yeah, that sign in someone's neighborhood that says, something inappropriate about something people were getting upset about, maybe the impetus for wanting to regulate it would be suspect, and we would have an issue there. That was kind of my thought was, should we limit signs now because we don't really want to see it? And I guess someone's tag sale might get a little less notice, but I don't know that that's a huge problem. I'd like to see, if we had a farmer's market in town or an event, someone be able to put up an A-frame. I'd love to see our commercial district, not be hit with fees when maybe we could almost subsidize certain sign putting up just to encourage it and not, be a commercial friendly town. But those were my thoughts.
Other comments? Councilmember McMillan?
Yeah, I'm fine with this, but I would like to reduce the size of the resident signs. I think 4 square feet is fine, or 3, even 3.
I mean, we could make it 3. 3 is the standard size. Let's just stick with 3, fine.
You talk about the temporary signs?
Yes. That it would be a 3 square foot maximum. It says 10 square feet. And then I'm trying to find the section about the banners. Is there well, are people okay with the school and church banners as is, or did we want to change that at all? I guess hearing no comments, we keep it as is, as Patrick and Bill have proposed it.
And just to reiterate, any of the standards that are in here are coming from the existing code. So the durations and the sizes of signs, those are all what are in the code currently. So if we do want to get conservative on anything, that's up to the council's will. But we're not proposing anything that's greater than currently exists.
Okay. Does anyone want to make any changes, or is there a motion to approve this ordinance with the single change of limiting temporary signs to 3 square feet?
I think we need to open it up for public comment.
All right.
We did.
Yeah,
We
we
did
did.
that.
Then we brought it back. That's
Yeah,
right, we
thank you.
did. And then Bill spoke.
And then, Mayor, if I could just get clarification also, we brought up the idea of limiting temporary signs to twice per year. Is that something that the council was receptive to?
Oh, I think so, because that does address one of Councilmember Breakfast's concerns that people could just put up whatever they want over and over throughout the year. So, I mean, I think that would be fine. I don't see how that, how that really limits someone's right to do something, and it does help us manage political signs. So I think that'd be fine. Do others think that should also be in the motion?
Yes.
Okay, then is there a motion with those changes, sides, and how often you can have a temporary sign? Twice a year.
I would move to approve the ordinance as amended with those changes.
I'll second.
Okay, and we'll waive the reading, I take it. Let's take the vote. How do you vote, Councilmember Breckus?
Aye.
Councilmember Kircher?
Aye.
Councilmember Cool?
Aye.
Councilmember McMillan?
Aye.
And Mayor Robbins?
Aye.
And the motion passes unanimously.
Now, thank you. Now we're on item number 12, Town Council discussion and direction regarding the rules and restrictions for dogs on the Ross Common. Patrick, this is you again.
Thank you, Mayor Robbins and members of the council. The topic of discussion before you is rules and regulations for dogs on Ross Common. This was an agenda item that was requested by members of the council that we discuss tonight, particularly in light of the next item on the agenda, which is the Ross Common Rehabilitation and Improvement Plan. And so there is a long history of rules and regulations related to the common, and particularly in regards to dogs. Probably the most active year in recent memory was 2004, when the council discussed the possibility of prohibiting dogs off leash on the entirety of the common. It came up at several council meetings. And the reason it was being discussed was matters of hygiene and cleanliness, the comfort of people using the park, not just the dog owners, but people that are picnicking or going there with their children, and then the safety of children in particular, considering the adjacency of the Ross School. After several meetings and discussions, somewhat of a compromise was reached, which was ordinance number 585, which is our current municipal code section, which prohibits dogs on or off leash on the open lawn portions of the common, so the baseball fields in the area near the playground, but does allow, it's silent on dogs in the wooded grove area of the common. And so in more recent history, in August of last year, the council passed an ordinance that temporarily restricted the public use of the grove area to school hours, but it prohibited dogs at all times. The purpose behind this was to allow the Ross School to use the area for outdoor learning and for social distancing throughout the school year. And Ross Rec was also able to take advantage of that to meet their social distancing for after school and summer programs. The item came back before the council this past August, and following statements from the Ross School and from Ross Rec that the restriction was no longer necessary in the Grove area, the council voted to repeal that previous prohibition. Looking back at safety issues related to dogs, there have been at least 15 police reports in the last several years related to dogs on the common. Most of them have been for reports of dogs running off leash underneath the ordinance that was in place for the last year, where dogs were prohibited to be off leash in that Grove area. But there were some more serious reports, including a 2014 report of a 5-year-old dog bite victim. There was an adult dog bite victim in 2019. There was a child knocked over by a dog in 2020, and also a child being frightened by adults arguing over dogs, also in 2020. So there have been some more serious cases, but the vast majority of reports have been people regulating the prohibition of dogs in that area of the common, which is no longer in place. Like the previous item, this direction from the council would be policymaking, and it wouldn't qualify as a project under the California Environmental Quality Act. And so the recommendation is just that the council discuss this item and provide direction to staff regarding the rules and regulations for dogs. Are they fine the way they are, or are there changes that should be put in place? And this could inform the amenities and changes that are proposed as part of the Ross Common improvement with the next item. And that concludes the staff presentation.
Thank you very much. Do any council members have questions for Patrick? Then shall we open it up to members of the public to see what comments there are? Then we will bring it back to the council to see what comments council members have. And then we will see if there's a direction we want to offer the town with respect to this item. So Linda, are there members of the public who would like to speak on this item?
There are no raised hands right now, Mayor. Anyone who wants to speak, now is the time. Okay, here we go. Craig McCarty is coming in. Go ahead, Craig, you're muted.
And Craig, you have 3 minutes.
First of all, I'd like to thank you all for your public service, and it's a challenging job to be on the council. I just want to reiterate what I think there's had in my letter to you all yesterday evening, that I think there's strong support, both dog owners and non-dog owners, to have the Grove remain off-leash dog park, but at the same time prohibit dogs drop off and pick up. And I think that that's a very equitable compromise, and I think there's a lot of community support for that position. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't see any more raised hands, Mayor.
Okay, then let's bring it back to the council. I mean, I'll just say first, because I think everyone already knows what I've said in the past. I think it's probably better to have the Grove made an area where dogs need to be on leash. I think that how the Grove is used should really be based on the user groups. It's not like dogs or no dogs, but the people who use the Grove. I mean, students use it, Ross Rec, children and adults. People use it on the weekends for, playing ball, families picnic. Age Friendly is hoping to hold yoga classes in the Grove, town events, and then dog owners, though many of them aren't residents who exercise their dogs, use the Grove. And, many people have raised concerns in the past that with dogs allowed off leash in the Grove area, it seems like all the other user groups are pretty much excluded because of safety and sanitary concerns. There is always residual dog waste. The town has to close the Grove for several days before any event just to clean it up. And there have been events, police reports and incidents with dogs. There aren't other towns that have dog parks that double as picnic and play areas. I think that's the main thing. Tiburon has a new town common called McKegney Green, and they do not allow off-leash dogs. And schools don't usually have unfenced dog parks next to their entrances. And there are many areas in Marin where people can let their dogs run. So just talking with people and watching and observing the common, it seems that it's a fairly small number of Ross residents who use the Grove to exercise their dogs. And it seems that a much greater number of residents would benefit from the Grove if unleashed dogs were prohibited. Leashed dogs would still be allowed. And I think that that position isn't the one of some of dog owners, but I think that that benefits the majority of residents. So that's my thought. Councilmember McMillan.
You know, I think the Grove area is the nicest area on the Common. And we received a beautiful letter today from Gary Scales, who was mayor many, many years ago, who's lived here for a long, long time. And he made the excellent point that the Common is for all residents. It's not just for dog owners. I am concerned about the report of the 15 police incidents and the additional comment that those incidents are probably underreported given our tracking system. I think there are thousands of acres of trails and open space in Marin that dog owners can use. There are other dog parks in Marin that they can use. I think the Common should be open to everyone. Classes for older adults, as Terry Dowling pointed out before, classes for kids, people picnicking on the grass. I think we attempted to try to come up with a compromise a year ago that did not work because of the sanitation issues. And I'm all for compromise, but I don't think in this situation, a compromise accomplishes what we need, which is the sanitation concerns. And I also have maintained, since I was on the school board many, many years ago, that an unleashed dog park should not be between the drop-off area and where a public school is. It just does not make any sense. And lastly, and this was pointed out, that if we made the post office area a dog park, it could become a regional amenity. That was in the staff report. I think if we, continue using the Grove as a dog park, it's going to become a regional amenity. It's the same problem. So I think that, we should continue to explore other areas in town, but the Grove to me is more of a sacred area that should be used by everyone in town, not just people who have dogs.
Councilmember Breckus.
No surprise, I'm going to oppose this. I strongly disagree. The Groves worked great as a dog-friendly area. When you want to encourage families to walk to school, they are going to walk with their children and their dogs. And if you want to say, let's have them on leash during drop off and pick up, until the kids are out, that would be a reasonable compromise in my mind. I think that, yes, there's going to be interference between dogs and kids, and that happens, and it's true. But I also think that there have been very few incidences, certainly very few serious incidences. I mean, you could just as easily say, well, we've had the incidences where there have been skateboarding and a kid has fallen and hit their head. Well, are we going to ban skateboarding? There's been incidents where bikes have, kids fall and hit their heads with bikes. Are we going to ban bikes? You don't just ban every activity. Dogs are good for kids. And I think that we have had this item on our agenda numerous times over the last year. And look how many people are here to speak about it. We have meeting fatigue on this issue. As everyone knows, because you've received emails, I probably received even more because I know a lot of people who use it because there's a community around having dogs off leash in town. None of those people are here. They haven't changed their mind. They're just tired of coming to these meetings, and they're hoping that you will do the right thing, which I think is allow this long historic use of dogs using this area. And I don't think it prevents other groups. I mean, number one, I think we need to recognize the school is the school, the commons is the commons, and the commons should provide for different residential use, not just for the kids. Historically, that has not been an area where kids have been allowed to play, and is not part of the lease that we've had with the school. If you're going to put recreational groups, including elderly people, you can just as easily put them, and even preferably put them, in the area where we just expanded the park into. There's not a lot of great areas. I don't know that Kittle Park, for example, which at some point was floated, would be a great area because it's not fenced in. It's loud and noisy. It just doesn't have the same sense of community. I think this is very much, a solution in search of a problem. And maybe the school would like to propose something different, but the fact is the school gets to use the commons at our willingness. And sure, we want to let them have access to the commons, but it shouldn't be the entire commons and they get to dictate what they want to do. I feel like we should, the proposals we made at the time of COVID were reasonable. Limitations, maybe a little longer at times, but reasonable. And the proposal to just have dogs on leash, during drop off and pickup is great. Letting them be off leash at other times is important and good for residences and for encouraging, people to walk around this community. And saying, well, get in your car with your dog and head up to a fire trail is actually not a great thing. So I'm in opposition, as no one is surprised, I guess.
Thank you. Just one comment that the school isn't, asking for this. This is, this is really just a community, based on some of the comments. Well, we hear comments from people all the time, but this isn't this. Just to make it clear, this isn't the school saying we don't want dogs here. That was their request during COVID, but this is a broader issue. How should the Grove area be used? And, and especially focused on just, is it really sanitary if all user groups use it? Councilmember Cool.
I'm disappointed that the school, either its supervisor or its board, have not given us any guidance about what they want. I think that leaves us open to conclude that they don't care. And if they don't care, I don't care. On the other hand, I really think I'm sputtering. I am concerned about dogs off leash in an area so near the school. But if the school isn't, I'm not quite sure what to do, frankly. I think my judgment tells me that dogs off leash in the Grove area is not a good idea because they're going to leave it unsanitary. The compromise that was suggested by Mr. McCarty doesn't totally solve that problem, but maybe it's a compromise solution that we ought to consider. That is to say, dogs would be forbidden during the pickup and drop-off hours, but not during the rest of the day. I'm just not sure.
Well, I'd love to comment back, but maybe we should hear first Councilmember Kircher.
I've listened carefully to what everybody has to say. I can see different sides to this. I'm sorry, my image is getting a little blurry. My camera does that. But I feel a little blurry on this whole issue, so maybe that's appropriate. Let's break this down. Safety and sanitation. It's not just dogs who are off leash who are a problem. On a recent trip, my wife and I had a problem with a place where dogs are not permitted to be off leash, and an owner simply didn't pick up after their dog, and this was detected a little too late. So you always pretty much have to watch where you're going when dogs are present, and that could be almost anywhere, a sidewalk, a park, whatever. Is there a greater sanitation problem because of dogs off leash as compared to dogs who are on leash? Yep, probably. But I mean, the problem's not going to go away. It may be a little better, but it's not going to go away. You're still going to have to look where you're stepping, where you're sitting, whatever, when you're in the park. But I'll concede there could be an improvement by just having fewer dogs off leash. In terms of the safety issue, I mean, you don't have to be in the Ross Common to have a safety issue. There are problems in other parts of Ross and problems with people being frightened of dogs, including in my own neighborhood. But yeah, okay, I understand. It's right. It's next to a school. Young people in particular can be frightened and have problems with dogs. So, but I think if that were the only issue, I'd be inclined to go with the proposal to ban dogs off leash during certain hours, but permit them otherwise. The one thing that would really bring me over to the side of banning dogs is information to the extent that the people using that park, a large percentage of them are coming from somewhere else. And they're coming to our community because their dogs are permitted to use their parks. I don't think we have an obligation to provide some regional resource. We're just talking about a place for people in Ross who have dogs and like to exercise them. But I mean, I don't have that kind of information. If anybody does have that information, I'm all ears. But I guess, as I said, I find this a difficult issue, but I think I'm probably more with Beach. Just for now, I would go with the compromise, but I would limit the hours that dogs are permitted. And if there are safety incidents or other incidents, I'd be, of course, open to revisiting this.
You know, I do think that we have become a regional amenity. And, you know, Bill, you're right, there isn't really data that says how many people, how many of the dogs in the Ross Common are out of town dogs. But I found it interesting that when the council ended the COVID prohibition, so that was when, like August, I guess. So all of the, you know, that was widely known throughout Ross. I got lots of emails, people got calls. It was in the morning after. And it was interesting to me that for weeks and weeks after that, there were very few dogs in the common. And what that tells me is that there aren't that many Ross dogs. There are some, and people really value using it, but there aren't that many Ross dogs. Whereas before the COVID prohibition, we had a lot of dogs there, morning, afternoon, evening. And, you know, that made the common, and I think that will come back. And to me, that makes the common really only usable for dogs, because even if you pick up after your dog, and not everybody does, there's still a lot of dog residue, and even more when there are a lot of dogs there. And you can't have a yoga class for the age friendly if you've got dogs there. Either they're running right then and they're in the way, or they're, you know, you're not going to put a yoga mat down where there are dogs. And I do think that that area should be used as a park for everyone. And I think for sanitary reasons, you can't use a dog run as a park. There's not another park in the county that doubles as a dog run. So I think the sanitary issue is a big one. It's just not done. You just you don't picnic where dogs are running in a dog park setting. So I think that's why. And then to me, that then leads to the feeling that really, if it's a dog area, most of the rest of the community really can't use it happily and safely. And I think that's not right. I think that the majority benefit from a no off leash dog policy. I think when people have their dogs on leashes, you know, they're generally more responsive. They're mostly watching them. If they make a mess, they pick it up. And again, there aren't going to be that many compared to a dog park. So it does cut down on the number of dogs. And then regarding the school, you know, I think that, you know, when we first considered the COVID this is why I think they may not be weighing in. I have had many conversations with school officials and school board members and parents, and none of them want dogs that to be a dog park during pickup or drop off or anytime, because kids were around a lot of the time. But I think that, I mean, I can't say because this isn't, you know, I'm sort of speaking for them, but I don't really know exactly what they think. But my sense is that they don't see that as their property. I mean, it's the town's property. So it's the town should be deciding the policy, not the school. They have told us in the past that kids were afraid. They've told us that it's too dirty. They told us they can't use the space for COVID unless dogs are not there. So I think that the fact that they haven't formally weighed in, it doesn't mean that they don't have an opinion. I think it's that they don't feel that it's in their place to say. And when they did say last August, what they'd asked for, to have a clean area for COVID classes, you know, the council first said no. So, and there were some very, you know, unflattering comments made about school officials and Ross Rec officials. So I think they thought they should just back off and let, it is controversial, let the town decide how should the Grove be used. That's why I think they're not here. Let's see who, so Council Member Breckus.
The most amount of dogs you will see on the commons is at pickup and drop off. That is when families walk their dog and their kids to school, and more are on leash at that time. But I think even banning dogs would be, you'd end up having a bunch of people put their dogs on a leash, tying them to a stop sign, and they would be in a different area so that you could continue to walk your kids and walk your dogs. That is when you will see them. Anybody who wants a dog to walk to the commons and get more information on this can do so. I'm not a huge user of the dog park. I use it when, you know, periodically, but when I don't meet people from out of town there. I meet residents within this town who are there, and it's a really nice opportunity to see people that I don't know.
You know, one thing, Elizabeth, I wasn't proposing no dogs during pickup and drop off. If they're on leash, I'm fine with dogs on leash in the Grove anytime. I feel like that makes it a community resource, a community asset, and many families do want to bring their dogs. And I think if they're on a leash, that's very different. So I'm okay with on leash dogs anytime, including drop off and pickup.
But immediately after that, once the kids go in, what you will observe is that parents have chuckets in their hands and they are throwing the ball for the kids right after that time, because that's a great opportunity to, you just took the dog for a walk and then you're doing that. And I strongly disagree with the idea that this is a regional dog park. I don't think it has historically been. And I remember and it was before COVID and more when I had my last dog, that at 5 o'clock, there would be, 7 or 8 people there with dogs. It's never been a hugely used park for that. And again, I think this is a problem, that we're trying to solve, but it's really not a problem. And I think it's, there's many families that have dogs in this community that may not use it every day, but want the option to use it. And when you say all users should use the commons, this is such a small area, and go there right now. There's so many acorns on that area. It's just not a place where you want to even throw down a blanket or throw down a yoga mat. And there are other areas where you can do that. I just think that the historic use has been this. And again, we had one speaker tonight. How many speakers have we heard from saying that this is what they want? I think this would be a really unfortunate change, and it's a change with no other option. So I think some compromise is preferred.
Well, there are some options. I mean, I know that the people who like to run their dogs in the Grove think the area across the street is too small, but that is an option. In the survey, the questionnaire about uses of the common, it's not a scientific survey, but a lot of people answered it. And in those 8 pages of comments, like what else do you want to say? There were more comments, please keep dogs off of the Grove, than there were, please continue to let dogs stay on the Grove. So that's another reason why I'm thinking that seems to be a more prevalent viewpoint. And I feel I should represent what appears to me to be the more prevalent viewpoint. So I think we have three options here. We either say unleashed, dogs on leash only, dogs on leash, except for drop off during drop off and pickup, but no restrictions otherwise. Wait, what are the? I think those are the two options that dogs have for the use of the grove. Either dogs are on leash. Well, no, dogs could be off leash all the time. That's one option. Dogs could be on leash all of the time, or dogs could be off leash all the time except for drop off and pickup. Let's see. So Councilmember Cool and then Councilmember Breckus.
As I understand it, this is not an item that we're to take action on tonight. We're simply giving staff our viewpoints. And I would suggest we've given our staff our viewpoints and let's get on with it.
I thought that this was an action item that we were, determining how, how should dogs be treated, on the common and put it to rest once and for all. I think that's better. I mean, the vote settles things.
Yeah, staff is asking
Well,
for direction, so.
Yeah, the agenda
getting it-
says provide direction.
Yeah,
Mhm.
and we shouldn't be spending all this time on this issue. We've told staff what our views are.
Well, I think then there should be a vote to make that a majority vote, whatever that is. So would someone like to, oh wait, Councilmember Breckus, you have your hand up.
Well, I think that because it's not action item, we shouldn't take a vote. I think that there's 3 council members that feel like a compromise around not having, dogs banned from being off leash in that area. And my suggestion would be, once the kids go into that campus, let the parents throw the ball to the dog. And maybe during, you pick the kids up, and so you got to keep them on leash and then have it be on leash until 5.
Let's see. So probably Julie and I wouldn't agree with that. Bill, what do you think about that?
I'm inclined to go with what Elizabeth Breckus just said. Restriction during the pickup and drop, or restriction during drop off in the morning, then an open period, and then another restriction until what did you say, Elizabeth? Like 5 o'clock?
Yeah.
That is what I would be inclined to do as kind of an intermediate step. The tradition has been to allow dogs off leash, and this is a significant change. So I'm inclined to proceed gradually, and so I would support that.
So are there specific, sorry, what were the specific hours then? Just to make sure it's clear what the direction is.
I would just say that it dictates the school schedule, which, changes. So typically drop off staggers, but the earliest I believe is 8:10, but we could just tie it to raw school morning hours. And then once schools are, kids go into school, you can have the dog off leash. And then after pickup, whatever that is, minimum schedule, teacher parent teacher conference, that if the kids are roaming around after that time frame, fine. And then let dogs resume at 5 o'clock.
Don't we need hours? Like, don't we need to say, dogs must be on leash between 7:30 and 9 and 1:30 and 5 or something? I mean, you've got to tell people what the rules are, or they won't be meaningful. Councilmember McMillan.
Yeah, I think for more, for enforcement, for the chief and his force, it would be better just to have set rules and not, have it moving around based on raw schedule and kindergarten, and, there's a lot of variables.
Then I would just propose that it be that 8:30 a.m., which is past the last drop off, that dogs can be, maybe it's 8:15, dogs be on leash till 8:15. And then, I mean, so holidays, dogs have to be on leash, even though I think you could probably just have a page on dogs with a link to the school schedule and say, till 5 p.m. and let people on Columbus Day or Indigenous People Day or what have you, be allowed to say, if the school's in session, then 5 p.m. How is that any harder to follow than the signs that say go 25 miles an hour when kids are present?
I just don't think this is clear enough, like for people. Ben, do you have
I
a
was just going to
comment?
suggest, it's on for direction tonight, and I think the direction is from the majority of the council to have dogs on leash during drop off and pickup and not during school holidays. I think staff can investigate that and come up with some proposed hours whenever we bring this back as to what that means. But I think that's the overarching direction that the council's giving staff. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, I have to
Okay.
agree. That's what it sounds like to me. I'm getting direction from staff to come back with an ordinance for consideration that would restrict dogs off leash during the hours that kids are arriving to or departing from the school. And we can work with
Fine.
the school to figure out what that should look like and then bring it back to the council for consideration.
Okay, good. Thank you. That brings us to item 13, town council consideration of the draft Roscommon Landscape Improvement Rehabilitation Plan, which includes potential repairs and improvements for the common. And Patrick, that's still you. Are you okay? Or do you want to take a 5-minute break?
I'm fine if everyone else is still
Okay, fine.
So yeah, this will be my my swan song for tonight for the items. So I don't have a presentation to go with this one, so I'll just introduce the item. It's the Roscommon Landscape Improvement Rehabilitation Plan. I'm joined by Casey Case with Gates and Associates, who have been partnering with the town throughout this process. The plan came about because there's an immediate need to make repairs to the infrastructure of the park. The landscaping is deteriorating and the asphalt paths need repairs. There is state funding that's available right now that will allow us to make those repairs. And since we were already touching the park, we thought we should reach out to the community and learn if there is anything that should be improved with regards to the park and how that should look. There was an online questionnaire that ran from July 22nd to August 5th of this year. We received 381 responses to that questionnaire, which is a very good response rate. So it's clear that the community is very interested in their downtown park. We also reached out to several focus groups, including Age Friendly Ross, the Ross Property Owners Association, Ross School members, and other members of the community. We took the item in front of the council in August and received direction on some concepts. Following that, the concepts were refined and revised, and they went in front of our advisory design review group in September. And now, based on the community feedback, the direction from the council and from the ADR group, we're back before you tonight with a refined concept for the council to consider. And the goal with this meeting tonight is to hopefully finalize the proposed changes, both immediate and long-term plans for the common, which would then be developed into a formal document that could then be adopted by the council at a later date. And with that, I will hand the floor over to Casey.
Hi guys, nice to see you all again. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. I had last minute video camera trouble and I was panicked, but it sounds like I've recovered. So, all right.
Oh, now you just faded out.
Uh-oh. Okay, I'll lean in. Is that better?
Only slightly. What if you turn off your, are you screen sharing?
I will be, yes.
I mean, sometimes if you turn off the video, then the audio is better, but you need your video.
You know, I can turn off my video. Let me see if that helps. Okay, are you able to hear me better now?
Yes.
Awesome. Okay, I'm going to share my screen and then we can discuss the presentation as well. All right, are you guys able to see the overall plan with some bubble diagram on top? Awesome. Okay, so this is hopefully going to be a pretty brief presentation because we tried to go in and make minimal changes in general to everything we were hoping to improve out there is going to be just building upon what's already good and working. And we appreciated the feedback you guys gave last time. So it was important to us to make sure it was a very light touch and making sure that we're responding to a lot of the feedback we heard from the community outreach, as well as just building upon what's there and making it better. So with that, I'm going to go through each zone. A primary concern from our community is providing repairs to the lawn. So this has been heard. The city has been studying it. They have several reports that give them information of how to proceed, and that is high on their priority list. It exceeds the budget they have available with this effort, but it is up top to be handled. What we're also sharing on this slide is that with any planting improvements that we create along the revised pathway, we will be providing screening for any unsightly elements, so utilities or an opportunity to add more storage. We would like to make sure that there's still some visibility, so it's safe, which is why we decided hedges were our preference. It allows a little bit of screening and it disappears into the natural setting. We also heard that one of the great things we love about the Common is it feels safe and contained. So when kids are playing games with sports, the balls don't escape onto the street and cause risks for safety. So we want to make sure we're re-engaging the hedge that currently exists. So it is not super happy out there. It's definitely reached its lifespan. So I do believe that it's best to replace it with an evergreen shrub that's layered with more evergreen grasses, something that can be native and perennial, and then a low ground cover to fill in. So the intention would be to maintain the same barrier, the same green barrier that contains the inner play area, but provide a similar visual aesthetic that maybe allows it to integrate a little more into a natural look like we see over at the Marin Art and Garden. And some of the pictures are examples of some of the plant materials we could use there. In general, we like to be visually pleasing by using different textures and different feelings of green. The Grove area is getting changed very minimally. We definitely heard that this is a beloved section of the park. There were some suggestions in our outreach for more seating, and we heard that, and we wanted to do that minimally where we felt like it would give the most benefit. So we added 2 seating areas here. Otherwise, we don't intend to make any changes in the Grove.
So where are the seating areas?
They are right here. Are you able to see my cursor?
Yes.
Okay, yes, so I'm circling. There's one right there, one right there. These are existing bench pads. So there's the benches here will remain.
So when you say an additional seating area, are you adding a bench or are you doing something besides a bench?
It would be a picnic with a bench edge, like we're seeing here.
With a platform like that?
Well, it's not determined. So if we decided that we like the idea that one of them has a back and a table and one of them doesn't, one of the feedback we heard from the focus group with Aging Ross was they like more opportunities with the back. It's a little more comfortable and easy for them to get in and out of. There were comments that they'd like more picnic opportunities. We discussed last time and with the design advisory group that this is far from where you're likely to be getting food, but they think people may still use it in that capacity. But that's why we decided 2 was probably more appropriate. In the past, we had more seating opportunities and it didn't feel necessary down in the Grove. So we've lowered it to 2, and it could be a more formal picnic. It could be a combination of bench and picnic as well.
Thank you.
Of course. And for the crossing area, we are no longer bulbing out and trying to consume parking here because we heard from the community that that short-term parking is really valued, but we will continue to take advantage of the striped paving area. And this may be planted or a raised curb. We're still figuring out some of those details. And then allowing that to land in what we had called the crossing landing. So previously we had shown a pavilion that just didn't feel suitable for what the community needed. So now this is a much scaled down version where we're providing 2 picnic table opportunities with shade, because shade was a requested opportunity with the seating. We included ideas that show backs. In this circumstance, we were proposing smaller opportunities. So if somebody grabbed their mail and wanted to sit and have a cup of coffee, they have the opportunity to do that. And we also offered a bench to sit in this corner. The hedge that we've been proposing can also encompass this space, so it feels protected if there's any significant activity happening here, so you're not going to get bonked in the head with a soccer ball. And we liked the idea of beginning to transition in some additional trees. So some of the trees here are reaching their maturity. And so if we begin planting new ones now, they can grow and get a little more robust by the time we may need to replace some of those that have reached their lifespan. So we call it our succession planting. So we're not taking any existing trees out, but we're trying to make sure that as they potentially begin to decline, we keep a green edge along Roscommon. Any questions on that one? I can always click back.
The hedge that you're proposing, is the hedge that you're proposing, there's the sidewalk, a patio, tables, and then a hedge that sort of protects these new tables from the common. Is that right?
That's right. So it encompasses it, but we allow an opening in the middle so that if somebody is wandering around on the lawn, they can still get direct access to the post office and vice versa. So there's access to and from this crossing landing as well as by the sidewalk that parallels the street.
And is there still the perimeter path, or is that on the outside of this hedge?
There's still the perimeter, the sidewalk that parallels the street, and there's also the asphalt path that currently routes in the same location.
And so there'd be a break in this new hedge so that you can get from these tables to the, what I call the perimeter path, the inside path. Is that right?
Yes, that's right. And we liked the idea of creating an official opportunity to get from one side to the other, because as it is now, you can see there are some of what we call goat paths, so where people repeatedly cut through and might trample down and making paths where we didn't intend for paths to be. So if we can provide them intentionally, it might help keep some of that plant material from getting trampled, if possible. Okay. I can always come back, but I'll keep going. So we also studied some opportunities for the beautiful lawn area that sits next to the post office. It does seem like there is opportunity here. A lot of the community likes it as is. So these are just some ideas of other things we could do with that programming space. In discussions with our focus group, some of the teens as well as the age-friendly Ross like the idea of some social game opportunities. So in this concept, we propose the idea of a few game tables as well as some bocce courts. There's also the proposal to add new trees along this perimeter to give it a little extra shade. The alternative proposal for this that you guys saw in the past was the dog park, and that has not perpetuated anymore. It sounds as though we prefer it be a game area or just leave it the lawn as is. The one improvement we still like to keep on the docket is opening up the planting area between this Roscommon post office side and the post office. There's currently some foliage and shrubs in here that prevent somebody from getting easily into this space. So in that process, we could open this up. We could potentially continue the lawn or do a DG and allow DG composed granite material, and then relocate the post office box just a few feet over to the side so it's not blocking that access point. We like the opportunity to create some connectivity between this zone and potentially activate it with people who are accessing the post office. And that is our second to last slide. Ultimately, we have improvements in our corner landing spot. So previously, There was some comments that we were responding to in our concept from the downtown to community to provide a greater connection and opportunity for people to grab their food and have somewhere to eat it. There are highly used picnic tables that are occurring here. So in our thoughts, we're taking one of those and moving it over to this zone that currently has the slatted wood fence that ends about here and expand some of the picnic opportunity into this space. And then we propose 2 additional tables with shade, again, similar to what we had proposed over in our crossing landing, so that people might have, again, the opportunity to take their tea or coffee from the Crown and Crumpet or wherever they may have visited and linger, or maybe sit behind the dugout and eat food while they watch somebody play on the fields. There's currently a bunch of trash cans collected in this corner. So we've proposed an extension of the paving area adjacent to the path. So those can be pulled around the corner to open this up a little bit. The extent that we're proposing be paved is very similar to the extents that are currently there. So we would be taking about the edge of the fire hydrant, making that connect to the current corner, and then moving these trash cans to the other side of this tree. So allowing this to be a little more open and allowing people to feel potentially safer at that intersection area, greater visibility. And that's our final slide. So please let me know if you have other questions about those specific zones or any of the changes that we made. And when you're not, I can turn the screen off so you guys can see each other instead of our drawings, but it's always available for me to bring it up again if you have questions.
So let's start with questions. It might be better if you stop screen sharing and then we can see each other.
Okay.
But actually with that one there, I have one question. You see that row of trash cans? My 2 questions are, can't we get prettier trash cans? And second, why not move them so that they're between that picnic table that you see and that hedge? Because if you did that, then you could have the entrance from to the common from Tony Tudo's. That's sort of a nice wide entrance. You have the Bob Bresgrove bench on the left, and where those ugly trash cans are now, you could have kind of a companion bench, you know, one of these wooden teak benches on the right, and that could be a really pretty entrance. But the trash cans, you know, they wreck it. But I was thinking if you just get them even farther away from the entrance, like right adjacent to this picnic table that you see, between the hedge and the right there, maybe that would aesthetically be more pleasing. It might have a more pleasing entrance because we just moved the trash cans away from the entrance.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, it's just a question. I mean, that could be done, right? I mean, it doesn't really matter where they go.
Absolutely. Yeah. So our intention was to move these and hide them behind this tree and allow this whole corner to be open so that people can feel connected to the downtown space. I think moving them out of here should be a priority, whether it's to this side or this side may not hugely matter. It would be my personal preference to get them as far away from anywhere you intend to be lingering and eating, just in case there's smell or bees or some of those things that can be associated with trash cans. You want them nearby so that they're convenient, but not so close that it's a nuisance. So I would propose this side, but I think this side is an opportunity as well.
I guess the other thing is, you know, I don't know that we need green trash cans because, you know, residents don't put green lawn debris. And the other is maybe we have prettier ones spread out a little bit more so that we don't have a row like that. I mean, that is one of the biggest comments I heard is that the trash cans are one of the biggest eyesores in the common.
Oops, sorry.
And Mayor, if I could just jump in, a lot of the detail work that would come forward when we have a capital project for consideration. So we're doing the concepts now, but things like the way the individual lawn furniture or your outdoor furniture looks, things like consistent design for waste receptacles. Those are certainly things that we want to bring up as part of this overarching concept, but we will have the opportunity to drill down into those details.
Okay.
Once we have a project moving
forward. Okay, thanks. So let's start with questions. Why don't, if you could please stop screen sharing, and then council members, what questions do you have? Bill, Councilmember Kircher.
Yes, I also had a question about the trash enclosures that I think was covered. It's not just the trash enclosures though on the corner. I mean, there are, I think, 3 other locations with trash enclosures. So it would be, presumably that could be addressed in in a similar fashion. I'm wondering whether it would be possible as part of this process to do what was done with the proposed changes to Frederick Allen Park. And in that case, the town engineer went and actually marked things with on the grass, I think some spray paint or something like that, and put up some markers so that we could visualize where things would be. I'm wondering if it would be feasible to do something similar here as the design process proceeds, to mark off where this corner would be, to mark off where the landing area would be, mark off where the picnic tables would be in the grove. I mean, it could be something pretty simple, chalk or, paint that is not something that's going to impair the landscape. And or have some community walks where people are invited to go walk it and just walk around the common. It's a question, but a suggestion too.
Councilmember Cool.
Casey, does this plan include doing anything about the rat-infested ivy fence that runs between the 6 Redwood area and the playing field along the path?
Wait, I think that fence is gone.
Is it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And it's taken care of.
Yes.
And yes, it does. Thank you.
Other questions? Councilmember Breckus. I guess we'll do questions and then we'll ask for public input and then we'll comment, and perhaps as we did last time, item by item, so that we can get a sense of what do council members think about the proposals that were being shown today.
Thank you. I'm a little confused where the benches are across from the post office. That's one question. Are they like in plain view? You're at the post office, you see the benches, or are they just inside some kind of hedge or landscaping? Or, I'm wondering where they are.
Yeah, so I am actually going to try to zoom in on this right here and share it if it helps. Yeah, I think this will help. So forgive me, I'm going to share one more time. Share. Okay, so are you able to see that proposed layout? And again, this doesn't have to be how this ultimately looks. I can turn my video off again if it's causing problems. Are you guys able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear and see.
Okay, so we had 2 benches in the corner and 2 seating areas across from that might have backs and shading. There's an opportunity for some lovely trash and recycling. There's opportunity for pots if we want. It may be enough to just have the edging of our hedge.
Thank you. And then the other question I had is, are we increasing the amount of garbage cans just throughout the area? Because it does seem like we shouldn't have the temporary, we should have the permanent, and we should have adequate for the needs. And maybe adequate, not just for the needs on a given day, but for when the high use is.
We have placed trash cans conveniently where we're proposing that people gather. It is there, we have a quantity. I don't know on any given day how many trash cans are there, since some of them are movable, but I think it would be reasonable to select an aesthetically pleasing trash and recycling and intentionally put them where we see the highest traffic use. And that's what we've proposed in this plan.
Okay. My question might be if we can have staff look at that. I mean, some of the garbage cans where you can only put a small thing in is a little tricky, particularly because sometimes you see big pizza boxes from our pizza place kind of next to it because you can't fit them in. So that might be a question if we could fine tune that and look at that. And then the ugly stuff by the playground that we thought about screening, There's, temporary soccer stuff, there's whatever. Is that still in the plan?
There was a request when we met with the focus group to provide a storage opportunity. So we have a placeholder on there showing where a good storage location would be. And we would intend, like we showed, to screen it to some capacity with some vegetation so that it's not a tempting nuisance. But I think that an opportunity to store some of the utility items for the lawn area is important, and it's shown on our plan right now.
I think Elizabeth, you're asking about the same thing we've asked about before, that there are these water tanks and a cyclone fence covering that, and it's all concrete. So there's no way to plant a shrub in front of it. And I think that's one of the eyesores that people were hoping would be addressed with this, because otherwise, when you look at the common, there's just beautiful green everywhere. And then you get to this one area and you see some stored things and these water tanks. And unfortunately, it's enclosed with a cyclone fence with no area to plant. And so I actually was hoping that part of this project would include jackhammering up some of that concrete and having a hedge in front of that area so that it continued a green perimeter all around the common and kept the beauty of the common by blocking with a hedge the storage area. We're probably talking about a similar storage area, I think, Casey, because you're talking about kind of, if you're looking at the little kiddie playground to the left of that, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so that, but to screen that, the way it's built now means tearing up some concrete so that there's dirt so that you can plant, because it's all concrete now. Concrete that starts from the pathway and goes straight on through to those tanks. And so I do think, a question would be, can some planting plans with a hedge and a plan to get rid of concrete so that there's dirt be included in the plan? Because I think that would really enhance the aesthetics of that corner of the common. That's the area you're worried about, right, Elizabeth? Yeah. So there could be more storage back in there, but nothing's screened right now, except with that new green, cloth.
If I can jump in the plan, it does include screening in that area. That was one of the locations. And that screening, the planting would include any demolition that needs to take place. That's typical throughout the plan, is if there has to be demo, that's factored into the cost estimates.
Okay, because I don't think we've seen a picture of, planting in front of that area and how that would affect the path's location. Because I think maybe the path would have to come in 3 feet, because I think the path is flush against that cyclone fence. So I'm not sure I've seen a drawing there that addresses that relocates by, say, 3 feet the path and then digs up that concrete and shows plants there.
Well, it is in the concept. There's a green space at the top of the main lawn, and it shows how the path kind of meanders around that.
Okay.
And again, this is at the concept level, so whether it's shifted 2 or 3 feet in either direction, that'll be when we get down to more detailed drawings. But as part of the concept, that is something that we heard and included in this concept, is screening those water tanks and that area back there. And making sure that it does work in concert with the asphalt paths.
Great, thank you. So
I just have a couple more questions. The widening of the path is to how many feet?
So we ideally keep them similar, if not the same as they currently are, because the feedback we got was that most people did not feel like they needed to be wider. So the Grove pathway is 6 feet if we're refinishing that one, and we're assuming right now we are. The asphalt loop, which is the perimeter around the lawn, is 4 feet. The drop-off area at Ross Common is 8 feet, and then it narrows down to 6. And the road sidewalk is 5 feet. So we're trying to match what it was prior. In the drop-off area, it was wider, and we thought about whether or not we wanted that, but we decided it had the most traffic, so we liked it being where it is now. So everything is ideally staying the same or similar to how it currently is, and it does seem like it's responding to the highest levels of traffic, because I think that drop off corridor is where you see the most movement at any given time when there's an influx of visitors.
Thank you. And then, yeah, I was thinking that, that loop is what the kids have to run around. And so
Right.
Yeah.
like, hey, run around it 3 times. And if we bring it in, in some areas, we might want to bring it out just to kind of keep it a good exercise loop. But then my next question is the hedge and the traffic bump out. I would love to see what the hedge is. Maybe I missed that, but I just want to see what the hedge is. And then also the traffic bump outs, I still continue to have concerns about eliminating parking right there. And I just wondered, was our decision last time, because I don't remember it being, that we were going to have these bump outs, or are there other options? I mean, I don't love the idea of bright lights and, you press a button or whatever, but, could you just explain the bump outs and the hedge?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. So the hedge right now, we have not specifically picked the species. Our suggestion is evergreen and to layer it, right? So if you get any kind of suffering, you don't have vulnerability of like a monoculture or something, some magic beetle comes up and gets rid of everything. So we wanted to layer things and keep some visual interest by mixing textures. Beyond that, we haven't specifically selected a species or suggestion for that. The bump outs are not removing any parking. The only area we're proposing to either plant ideally, or even just lift and make a curve. So it's extending the pedestrian experience a little further into the road and shortening the exposure to vehicles, is what's currently the striped area that's adjacent to what is a not to code accessible parking stall. So that accessible parking stall is going to be redone, and that striped adjacent asphalt area is available for us to reclaim back to the pedestrian realm to extend the respite area before you're in traffic.
So it's just on the side by the commons. We're not putting the bump out by the post office, and therefore we don't eliminate this. Okay, thank you.
That's right. Yep.
Councilmember McMillan.
Thanks. I had the same question about the hedge, but I also have an overall question in terms of timing of the planting. We've heard from quite a few people about planting during a drought, and I'm just wondering about timing of when we would be planting new materials. I assume it's in the spring, but I wanted to clarify that.
I recommend planting when you don't have extremes of any sort, right? So you don't want it really hot, you don't want it really cold. So that gives you about 2 opportunities in the year of when you can do that. I would not ever, if possible, recommend doing something that doesn't have irrigation, and not that that's what you're suggesting, but the plants do need the water to establish. In our ideal scenario, we'd be able to select a plant that's really well adapted to the specific Ross and microclimate environment. So it's not something that after it's established requires a lot of water. So if we do see a scenario where California says, no water for any public landscapes, that it's hopefully established enough to endure without it.
Are there any other questions from council members? Let's see if there are any comments from members of the public. Linda, can you help us with that, please?
Yes, so anyone out there want to speak right now, please raise your hand. There's no hands, Mayor. Oh, just as I said that. Okay. Go ahead, Craig. Craig, you're muted. Craig McCarty, can you hear us? I don't know, Mayor, he's not responding.
I guess, then can you just keep an eye on when he comes back so that, we can hear his comments? Okay.
Okay.
So,
There are no other raised hands.
okay, thank you. So let's,
Okay.
wait, I hear him. Craig, you're on.
Hi, thank you. I guess as I expressed in my letter of yesterday, I'm just concerned that we're not recognizing that we're in this, that Marin County is in a historic drought of unknown duration. And my sense is that the planners are operating like business as usual. And is that we may not be able to do the plantings that are proposed, and that there's really no discussion at all about trying to preserve the historic and majestic trees. I'm just kind of amazed that there is no discussion. It's just, we're just assuming that they will be there, and they may not be. I mean, if this goes on for several more years, we need to be focused, in my opinion, focused on saving the trees. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I mean, that does bring up a question, depending on what we go ahead with, what is the timing? We talked about this last time, that we would like to redo the grass. We know the hedge needs fixing, but are those two things we would do now, or we would wait until the drought is over? Because it doesn't, I don't think we can be planting in the midst of a drought. Now, maybe, in a few months, we'll have a better sense of how things look. Why don't we go through, maybe everyone could make a general comment or two about the overall plans, and then we'll just take it item by item. And I'd have to say, one of my comments about my overall comments is, as this process goes along, it seems to me that more and more people are saying, hey, I love everything as the way it is, as it is. Please, can you just repair and restore and maintain, but don't add a lot. And so I think we want to be really careful if we're adding things to be sure that we really want them, because I'm not sure that everybody does. So that's kind of my overall comment is, less is more is what a lot of people are saying. And I think we need to keep that in mind. So that's my overall comment. Let's have overall comments if you'd like from everybody, and then we'll take it, the main lawn, the Grove, the corner mini spot, the crossing landing, and the post office green, and just make comments about the proposals there. Does anyone else want to offer any overall comments? You don't have to. So start with Councilmember McMillan and then Councilmember Kircher.
I agree with what you just said, Elizabeth. I think the bulk of the comment is the comments is that the common does not need massive change. It needs better maintenance and a better hedge once the drought is over. Maybe a few more benches strategically placed. I don't think we want to put in more hardscape and a bunch more picnic tables. I look at the common as like an Apple product. It should be simple and elegant and clean, and it should rest on its own beauty. And I don't think we need to be mucking it up with other stuff. I think the grass in the field should be a priority, and those should be redone as soon as we can do that. I would like to see more native plants, because native plants are more drought tolerant. They use less water. We didn't talk about bathrooms, but I think that the bathroom issue, although it keeps coming up, I think we need to just have an arrangement with the school and allow people to use the school's bathrooms when there's sporting events going on.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to make any general comments? Yes, Councilmember Kircher.
Just generally agree with what's been said so far. Less is more. Keep it rustic. I mean, I think some of these improvements, like screening the trash enclosures, definitely, and the equipment towards the end, which enhances the experience. But otherwise, I think we really want to keep it open. It's one area in Ross, it's wide open. And, you know, we're a small community. We don't really have other wide open places. We have 2 other parks, and we have the Marin Art and Garden Center, but this is our, you know, our jewel, so to speak. And I think we ought to keep it pretty much as it is, but I think as we go through the design phase, I'd like to see the specifics, exactly what type of furniture is going in, what kind of tables. Some of the pictures I saw look not like what I think we want. They're too modern, or they're not rustic enough, or they're just too much. But I can see how it could be an improvement that I think we need to see the specifics.
Thank you. Councilmember Breckus.
I agree with the prior comments. I mean, it's such a beautiful space, and Casey, I think you did exactly what made sense to do in terms of here's what you could do. But we got so many comments about people saying, we really like it as is, that we risk more in doing more, and we're not really responding to the comments we received.
Thank you. Beach, any comments before we go item by item?
I agree basically with the comments to keep it simple. I agree with, I think it was Bill's comment about these tables. I think that's an important element because it's something you see. And I don't like the idea of putting in tubular metal tables. I don't think they appropriately enhance the experience. I will say, however, that I take seriously the comment that we got in a letter, I think from Barbara Call, about how the tables, wood tables, may need more refinishing. They need polyurethane so that they can be wiped off rather than aggregate little bits of dirt as time goes on. Those are my comments.
Thank you. Councilmember Breckus, do you have another comment? Your hand is raised. No, okay. Okay. Well, like last time, let's just kind of go through the items. Let's start with the hedge, because that's pretty simple. You know, I think that in the letters, in the comments we've been hearing, you know, people love the perimeter hedge. And I was out there the other day, and I have to say, I think that what people love is that it's pretty high. The areas where, to me, it seemed most successful, it was almost 5 feet high. It was a high, solid green hedge. And what that did is it blocked the cars, it blocked the view of the parked cars, and it blocked much of the view of the traffic. And so I'm a little concerned. It would be nice if it's drought resistant, of course, but I'm a little concerned about the idea of replacing what's kind of a thick, tall hedge. It's in many places, it's a little lower in others, but in the areas where I think it's most successful, it's thick and tall. I'm a little concerned about replacing that with a couple of layers in a ground cover. That would be wide, but I don't think that provides the same sort of kind of protection, insulation for cars and protection for the kids, so they're not like running over it and kicking and their balls don't go through it. So I know we're not picking out plants, but I think we want to absolutely to keep the hedge, but I think we want to keep it pretty close to what it is. That's my opinion about the hedge. Other thoughts? Councilmember Cool.
As to the hedge, I agree. I don't think we ought to have these multiple layers. What we want is basically a barricade, a visual barricade and a physical barricade. And what we need is just a one stand-up hedge. I think is what we ought to go for.
Other comments? Councilmember Breckus.
I would agree with the comments.
Yeah, I agree too.
Okay, and Bill? Bill, you're muted.
I agree with the comments on the hedge, though it would take a while for it to get to be 5 feet high. So, and I don't know whether the type of hedge we have now takes more water, something like that. I mean, there may be practical limitations, but everything else being equal, sure. I like the hedge the way it is. I do agree the opening in the hedge that gets you onto the main path, maybe that would be better located to be over near the crosswalk. But like to see us keep close to what we have now, if it's possible, given the drought, given the time it would take for a new hedge to grow, because I do understand the current hedge needs to be replaced.
Though I did see some areas that were like robust and looked beautiful. There's a little patch between Tony Tudo's and the post office. And it wasn't very big, but it was like, I mean, there's so many different plants in that hedge, but it was green and leafy and looked beautiful. But you know, when we review these housing projects and the landscaping plans, you know, people plant pretty big shrubs. And, you know, I think if we're going to be doing anything, I think the town would not be unhappy if we spent more money to get bigger plants to start out with. I mean, that's what, you know, residents do when they landscape, you know, their properties around here. They don't start with 1 gallon plants, you know, they start with pretty big things. And I think we should consider that when it's time to do it. And again, I think that the community would want us to do it when the drought is, you know, when we're not in the middle of a drought. Let's take on the topic of tables in general, and then let's take it on, then we'll do area by area. And I say in general because we've been getting some emails about from people saying, do we really need more tables? We have 5 wonderful picnic tables. People mostly bring their food from Tony Tudo's, if anything. Most people don't come to the common to sit at a table and picnic. And do we really want all of these tables? And most of them aren't very pretty in the sense that they need a concrete landing. And that seems to be going against what people are telling us, that they want the green openness. So maybe a comment or two about tables in general and what is the need. And then we'll go on to the specific areas. So that's my comment about tables. I love the picnic tables. I think they're not used that much, but they're used some. And I think when the baseball season kicks in, I think a lot of families will use them. I think if we see that they're widely used, maybe we do more, but it seems like we have enough. And they're great. But the common's been beloved for 100 years with no tables, and now we have 5. This plan adds 7. And to me, 7 more on top of our new 5, that's a lot. Table comments? We can, Councilmember McMillan.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think we need more tables at this point. I think we do need probably a few more benches, but I don't think we need more tables. And I don't think the tables that were shown, and I know there's not a lot of good options, but I don't think that the tables that were shown are really in keeping of the character of our town or the common.
Councilmember Breckus and then Councilmember Kircher.
I agree with both of those comments.
Thank you, Councilmember Kircher.
I guess I'm echoing what's already been said. I think if there are any tables, no bright colors, no plastic, no tubular stuff, it's got to be some kind of wood and fairly rustic in appearance to tie in. I do like the picnic tables that we have. They are used not that often, but when they're used, they're used. I mean, I've been there when they were all full. I think they were town dinners where some people were sitting at the tables and other families were using the picnic tables. So I think they're fine. Should we add 1 or 2 tables in the Grove area? I don't know, particularly as pictured. I think they were on a stone or a concrete base. That would not be consistent with the Grove. So they'd have to be on dirt. Does that work? I mean, maybe one with a back. I don't know. But my overall sense was we're in the design we saw so far, too many tables. Anyway. That's my comment.
Thank you. Councilmember Cool.
I agree with the previous comments about tables.
Okay. So since Bill, you just mentioned the Grove, the table in the Grove, let's talk about the Grove. That's probably an easy area. The only change to the Grove was the addition of 2 tables. And I wonder if it's better to just keep the eating tables down by the center of town, Tony Tuto's, where the food mostly comes from and where the trash cans can be, and not disrupt the beautiful openness of the Grove. I wouldn't add tables to the Grove. I wouldn't change the Grove at all. I guess that's my comment about the Grove. Who else would like to make a comment? Councilmember Breckus.
Sorry, that was from previous, but sure. I mean, I can imagine one more table. And I could see it being, adjacent to where people seem to be congregating by Tony Tutu's, but that's it. Maybe I agree with Councilmember McMillan on terms of, maybe a couple more benches. I wasn't, the tables across from the post office, that seemed like a weird place to have them. And so I don't like that.
Councilmember Cool. Maybe the next spot we'll talk about will be that landing area, both the patio tables and also the access, but this will be Grove. Beach, any comments about the Grove? What would you do to the Grove?
I don't think we need tables in the Grove. If anything, if we're going to put tables in the Grove, my observation has been that people, to the extent people sit down and stay a while in the Grove, they tend to do it over towards the Lagunitas Road end of the Grove. And we might put a table over there. But I'm hesitant about that because of the aesthetics.
Thank you. Councilmember McMillan.
Yeah, I don't think we need more tables in the Grove. I think maybe we could explore adding 1 or 2 more benches that have backs and arms for older people. As Terry Dowling said, older people like arms and backs. But I'm not sure we need more benches over there. I don't know. I agree with what Bill said. It would be great to, have some storylines painted on the asphalt so that we can, once this comes to more fruition, we can get a better sense of what's being proposed.
Okay. Let's move on to the crossing landing, which shows a kind of an enhanced landing area. And it shows that when you step off the crosswalk, you kind of enter a patio area with 2 tables, and then there's a hedge kind of in front of you, and then there's the common. And so it looks like it's designed to be like a place where you could sit near the post office, and it's also near the common. I guess, I have two concerns. One is I don't think I've ever seen a table short of a picnic table, and I think we have enough of those, that's aesthetically appropriate for the common. And the other is, I don't know that we want a patio area there. I don't know that we want more hardscape, but I also don't see people wanting to sit right there. You're really sitting right next to the crosswalk and the cars. You're really not in the common yet. You're not on the inside of the current nice green thick hedge where you're sort of in, it's peaceful. It's road and then hardscape, and your table's on the hardscape. And I don't know that that's a very nice area to sit. So I I'm not wild about that little area. There's sort of two parts of this crossing landing. Is one is, does it become a destination where you sit? The other is, do we change the entrance to the common to match the crosswalk? But let's first do the patio area, because we could still have the entrance to the common match with a crosswalk and not have a patio seating area with tables. But my preference would be to just have it sort of open up with just have the path start. And the way you walk into the common a little bit to the left of that, I would just replicate that next to the crosswalk. Beast, your hand is up. What do you think about the seating area that's adjacent to the crosswalk?
I don't think I have a good grasp of what it would be like. I wish there were some way we could see a model or a mock-up or something to get a feel for it.
Casey, do you want to show that picture once more? The blown up picture was a better way of seeing what it would be. And then Beach, you can keep talking. So
I always like to keep talking.
So you see where you get off of the crosswalk and then there's the sidewalk and then there's this paved area that's kind of like a little patio and then a path that goes to the common. I wouldn't really want a patio there. I just think it's right by all the cars and the parking and the crosswalk and the traffic. And I don't think it's a very nice area. I would just kind of keep the direct path to the common, but not have patio seating.
Well, one thing is I don't understand what happens to our hedge. Is the hedge still there? Those jagged lines, is that the hedge and it continues and goes around this seating area? I mean, I think it is.
I think it goes between the seating area and the common. It actually kind of blocks it kind of blocks your view of the common in a way.
Well, it does. And it doesn't block, as I look at it, it doesn't block your view of the traffic and the post office. Now, I don't think that's a big thing. I mean, that's not an obnoxious view that turns people off or anything. I guess where I'm leading is I'd be inclined to limit it to a couple of benches there. Thank you.
Okay. Let's see. So I can't quite see hands. Councilmember McMillan. Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I was going to say a couple of benches. I think the reason this came up was we were conceptualizing and brainstorming and thinking, oh, maybe people can grab their mail, go across the crosswalk and sit at a table and sort their mail or, talk to a friend. But in light of all the comments that we've received and visualizing what we have versus what could be, I think we should just stick with really simple, clean, a couple benches. I also agree with Elizabeth and Beach that the kind of the cutout is accentuating more of the road and the post office than the common. And maybe we want to have you go into a narrow little and then have the hedge go around somehow. I don't know if there's benches there.
Councilmember Kircher.
If I were going to sit on a bench, I would want to be facing the other way, towards the Ross Common, not towards the post office. So I see those benches as being sort of ornamental, sort of suggestive, but I don't think a lot of people will sit there. If they want to go for a walk and sit on a bench, they'll enter the common and find one of the benches and a more pleasing view. Now, maybe there's a way to kind of reorient it so that if you don't want to walk out on the path and so forth, but you still want to see the view, then you can see the view. But I agree, if there's a hedge there or whatever, what are you really going to see? And as for tables, agree with Julie's comment. The only thing I can think of is you get your mail and you go and try to sort it out there, all the junk mail and everything else, I guess. But it's not like you could sit there and have a cup of coffee. For that, you need to walk all the way down to Crown and Crumpet, or, I just don't think, I just don't really see people gathering there. I appreciate the sentiment, but it's hard to see how that plays out in a way that it's really useful.
Yeah, I mean, I see if the entrance to the park is moved so that it's opposite the crosswalk, I could imagine just the same simple entrance with the hedge on both sides of the entrance where it is now, which is really adjacent to the sidewalk. And then the benches, if we add any, are inside or on the grass between the perimeter pathway, the one the kids run around, and the hedge. So you have just a beautiful grassy area where you're sitting, the way all the benches are now. Right now, they're pretty much between the thick hedge, but inside the perimeter path, so that all the kids are playing on the field, but you're sitting and kind of looking at the scenery, and it's beautiful. And also, if we do open up the post office grass the way Casey suggested, and that's really a logical, beautiful idea, because it provides access to that grass that nobody uses for a very little, cost. I mean, it would just be like a compressed granite pathway where there's some kind of mangy shrubbery, and then you access a pretty lawn, and we could put a bench there. And if we did that, it's quite possible that people from the post office would go to that grass instead of across the street and go into the common. So I don't. And the other is, eventually we'll get tables back in the post office. It's just COVID that got rid of them. So I don't see people drinking coffee there because it's a patio by cars, and I don't see people looking at their mail there. And I would be just as happy if we do change the entrance to the common so that it matches the crosswalk, we just have a basic entrance, and the hedge that exists now comes flush up to the pathway that leads from the crosswalk to the common, and the grass stays pretty much where it is too. Is that the sense? Do others see it that would be, enough of an improvement that we just match the entrance to the crosswalk, but keep the location, but not have this patio with tables, keep the hedge where it is, and maybe add a bench inside the hedge? Councilmember Breckus, your hand is raised.
I agree. I also like your post office design.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then the last part of this crossing landing is, do we match up the crosswalk to the entrance to the park to the crosswalk? Right now, the entrance to the park is a little bit to the left of the crosswalk. It's been that way forever. We can certainly live with it. It would be a lot nicer if we're starting to redo the hedge to match up the entrance to the common with the crosswalk. One little thing that bothers me about that is we just redid that crosswalk. We just redid the sidewalk, and we're going to be tearing it up, months after we just closed the road and did it. And it feels like we don't know, the left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing. It looks like, we should have coordinated these projects. And so a part of me thinks I'd love the entrance to the common to match up with the sidewalk. But since we just did all that, do we wait a little bit so it doesn't look like we just did road repairs and now we tear them up? I don't know how to handle that. What do you all think? Starting with, I guess, Councilmember Cool.
As I've told you privately, I don't understand what you're talking about. And I still don't understand what we're going to have to tear up. We put the hedge, we leave things as they are. We've got a pathway that goes up onto the beyond the street level, and we're going to have an opening there. I don't understand what's going to be torn up again. Maybe we need to look at some of those pictures.
It's just the sidewalk that was just built. It's going to have to be.
What sidewalk?
It would just be a curb on it, and that's a real minor. The sidewalk's fine. It wouldn't.
Sidewalk stays?
Yeah,
Okay.
it would just be the curb, and you have to do the ADA ramp up anyhow, so it's part of the ADA.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you
Oh,
can't.
that's helpful. Well, you can't see the curb, but basically.
Yeah, but it's just
you
a
can see
curb
the
for
curb.
5 feet.
No, the curb, there's a new curb right in front of the Bush Beach. But if when we're ready to tear up the hedge, I don't know the timing of this. We're not quite ready to, I mean, is this something we would do now? I'm not quite sure. It is a desirable change, I think.
If
guess
I may,
let's-
Mayor, the timeline for this, there's the goal is to take advantage of the state funding, which we need a project to submit for funding by the end of this calendar year. We then have another, I believe it's 24 months to actually construct the project. And so the certain parts of it, like the asphalt, I think we can do immediately. But things that we'd want to be cognizant of the drought conditions and making sure that we're doing the plantings, the hedge would probably wait until an opportune time for planting to take place. And that's when we would relocate this entrance to the park. So it would be some time between when we've done the resurfacing and when we move that hedge. And as the town manager was saying, there'd be minimal impact to the work that was recently done with this plan.
So I mean, it probably would be pretty to have the crosswalk be the entrance. And I think we've decided or discussed not wanting a big landing there with tables, but there's no reason not to just have an asphalt path that goes from the sidewalk to the current, what I call the perimeter path, that inside path. And then we take out the hedge. I mean, that could be done because we're not going to plant a hedge there. I mean, that seems like a lovely improvement. What do you all think? Councilmember Kircher and then McMillan. Bill, you're muted.
Sorry, I keep coughing, so I mute myself and then I forget. Yes, I think we should do that. I think we should align the sidewalk with the entrance with the sidewalk. And we're going to be replacing the hedge anyway, so I think it makes sense to do that.
Okay. Councilmember McMillan?
Yeah, I agree, especially if it's not going to be a material cost. There's no reason not to do it.
Yeah, and then when we can plant the hedges, we'll sort of plant over where the current entrance is, so that we don't have that big area, because we don't need two, 10-foot wide entrances to the common that are 20 feet apart. Does everyone agree that it would be nice to, okay, Elizabeth, you're saying yes, and Bill and Beach, I'm going to say yes for you, because I think you are a yes. I just was frustrated that we just put in a curb that we now need to tear up, but I think it's going to be a really nice addition to have the entrance to the common match up with the crosswalk. It's safer. Okay, so that I think takes care of everything for the crossing landing. We've pretty much discussed not wanting the concept of a patio with tables, but definitely wanting the common entrance to match the crosswalk, and having just probably asphalt or whatever that leads to the interior perimeter path, and then having hedges on both sides of it, as there is already. Post office green, that's an easy one to knock. Well, yes.
Casey mentioned that planting some succession trees along that past the landing area towards Tony. I am all in favor of planting some succession trees.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's a good idea. Okay, I say Elizabeth and Beach and Bill. Okay, right. I think that, and I'm guessing that the area that the planting would be is somewhere between the hedge and the perimeter path, that, in that grassy area. Is that correct, Casey?
The trees, I would propose to put them in line with where the existing trees are, so that if and when those are gone, these ones are maintaining that same aesthetic.
Okay, and that's where most of them are. I think there's one that's kind of at the edge of the field, but we don't want it, we want to have the field accessible. So, okay, then post office green. So there are two things proposed here. One is the trees along the road, and the other is the opening, removing some of that shrubbery so that you could walk from the sidewalk, basically where that mailbox is, you could walk from there and there'd be a path directly to the grass by the post office. I think those both sound fine. I'm not sure about the trees, but certainly the path. What do you all think? So starting with Councilmember Breckus and then Councilmember McMillan.
I like the path. I wonder if the trees would prevent the grass from growing, which is pretty great now. And maybe we could have some paper, recycling. So if we don't get that back from the post office, people could sort there.
Councilmember McMillan.
Yeah, I like opening that area up directly from the post office. I think that there was also a proposal to have some gaming tables in that area, which I don't think that our community needs.
Thank you. And then you agree, Councilmember Breckus, that leave it as grass, okay? Councilmember Kircher and then Councilmember Cool.
Yes.
I think, Bill, you've frozen on us.
While he's frozen, let me comment.
Yes, okay, go ahead.
I don't think we need tables. I think the idea of the opening to get into it is a great idea. I think the tree planting should be limited to small trees.
Yeah, I'm not sure that we want a row of trees there. I mean, we could think about that. I think that it might be really nice to have a bench. If we're opening it up, it would be really nice to have a bench in that area. And maybe if, depending on where the sun is, a tree to shade that. But I don't know if we want a whole row of trees. I agree with Councilmember Breckus, the grass might not grow as well. And it's probably the best grass we have. Maybe because no one uses it. Councilmember Kircher?
I hope I'm not still frozen, but.
No, perfect.
Yes, agree with comments about the desirability of opening up access. I do, however, favor some sort of games for seniors and maybe some benches that are comfortable for seniors to sit in. I think I mentioned this before, what a joy my mother-in-law found in a simple game of lawn bowling. Even into her 70s and 80s, she was still very active in her bowling league. And there may be other games that are suitable. Now, in terms of opening it up more for games across the board or different types of games, maybe that would not be desirable because it's not a huge area, but at least something for seniors is something I think we should consider and coordinate with Terry Dowling on.
So but it is, so everyone seems to be, Councilmember Cool. Your hand is up.
With regard to the bocce court suggestion, I think I'd rather see it stay in grass than be a bocce court. And I think a bocce court is impractical. Where are you going to keep the equipment for people to go get it? In the federal facility of the post office?
Yeah, I mean, just from comments thus far, it seems that everyone loves the idea of opening it up. The trees, maybe not because of worries about grass growing. And it's also sort of pretty the way it is. It's the way it's open. A bench, and I'm thinking probably one of those beautiful wooden teak benches with armrests. And I think, Bill, you're the only one of the four who has an interest in games. So I think at the moment that, the sense is to keep it grass. Bill, Councilmember Kircher, do you have a comment? Your hand is up or no?
No, I'm sorry. I just.
Okay, okay. So that's the post office green. So we haven't talked about the corner mini spot. And that's the other area where some of the proposed 7 tables are shown. And also that same concept of kind of a patio as you walk in, I think. Is that right, Casey? That area has sort of a patio landing and then 2 tables?
Yes, it's an entry arrival to connect to the downtown merchant experience.
Okay. And I mean, I have to say, I guess I mean, I like things as it is, and a lot of people are saying that. I'm not so sure that people, I want, more hardscape and tables there either, since we already have all those picnic tables. And since unfortunately the tables with backs, they're just so ugly. I just don't know that it's the right entrance. I mean, my thinking was, if we move the garbage cans, we'd have two beautiful teak benches, one on either side, right and left as you walk in. And then you kind of walk into the baseball diamond anyway. But my personal opinion is I would just, refresh the asphalt that's there and add maybe a bench and try to find some way to get the eyesore, the trash cans out of there, but not change that too much. It's already quite an entrance. People are constantly going back and forth from the shops through the crosswalk into the common there. Comments from others? Councilmember McMillan.
I agree with what you just said, Elizabeth. I think we really need to have the staff and the consultant figure out the best location for the trash cans and make them as discreet as possible. I mean, we want people to use them, obviously, but they shouldn't be the focal point. And I don't think we need more tables in that area.
Maybe that's why the Grove is so pretty. It doesn't have trash cans. Councilmember Kircher.
If you were going to have some additional tables other than picnic tables, that would be the place to do it because it's closer to sources of food or drink, Tony's and Crown and Crumpet. I'm struggling to visualize how that would work. And I personally would not want to sit over there near the trash receptacles. And we're talking about screening them and moving them. And maybe there's a way to do this on a limited basis. But I frankly, if we were going to do tables, I'd be more receptive to putting them in the corner than in the Grove or in the landing area.
So the corner, what do you mean, the 6 Redwood corner, or is there some other place?
No, the corner, the other corner, behind the baseball pavement.
Okay. Councilmember Cool.
It's 1-1 going into the 8th inning.
I thought you were giving us a tally of who wants
We better
to.
hurry up.
Yeah, they just got a hit too.
Okay.
Not that I'm watching.
I agree with the comments. However, with regard to trash cans, I will say that I think that's an area where they are sorely needed. There's a lot of eating that goes on there. When there are kid ball games, there's even more eating that goes on there. We've got to keep some large, accessible trash cans right in that area.
Maybe there's a way of putting them, right now they're just inside the hedge. And so they're therefore inside the common and they're ugly. Maybe there's some way of putting them between the sidewalk and the hedge so that they're sort of outside but accessible, and that keeps the common pretty. I will play around with that. As Patrick said, that's something that we deal with in the future. Councilmember McMillan, your hand is raised.
I'm sorry. I was just going to say, I think the staff and the consultant should figure out the best deal
Sure.
with the trash cans
Yes.
instead of us.
Okay, so then back to the corner mini spot. Are we in agreement that it should basically be the same amount of hardscape, but that we don't want tables there? We don't want tables there. Is that what I'm hearing? Okay. Other areas, let's see. We talked about the lawn, the Grove, mini spot, crossing landing. What have I left out? Councilmember Breckus.
The picnic benches by the dog park.
Picnic benches by the dog. Oh, I thought we said we didn't really want them because they might be on concrete landing. They interfere with the openness of the Grove. It's sort of a pretty open area. That was what I thought we agreed on. Is that correct? Julie, you're saying yes, and Elizabeth, you're yes with that? Okay. Now that, one other thing, when we worked out where the ball fields would be, we agreed that Little League could have a temporary field opposite the post office, but that field would get, those ugly cyclone fences would be put away every year. And they even agreed to plant the base lines in the winter so that it would be grass throughout the year, and there would just be a cyclone fence for, the cyclone baseball backstop for March, April, and May. That hasn't happened. That's not really part of this renovation, but it is something to think about, because that would make the common prettier to not have that. We agreed to a permanent baseball backstop for Little League by Tony Chudos. And because that was permanent, we made it black, and it's really pretty, or not pretty, but it's more aesthetically pleasing. So, we might decide to, call out Little League at some point and say, hey, you guys have to pick up your backstop after before the July picnic. That's when they used to do it. Councilmember McMillan.
Yeah, we didn't discuss whether we were going to put 1 or 2 more tables at the former 6 Redwood under those redwood trees.
Yeah. Okay. What do you think?
I don't really have a strong opinion about it. I think we have enough tables, frankly. We could always put them there later.
Right. I think we have.
I don't think there's any urgency to put them there right now.
I think we have enough tables also. And, we kind of want to keep them clean, and they're not even clean. So more tables, I don't want more dirty tables. I think we should try to focus on keeping what we have clean, but I don't feel a need to put tables there right now. I don't think that the community is saying, oh, we need more picnic tables right there. I do think they like the 5 that have been added. I think that was a great idea. Elizabeth, did you raise your thumb? You agree we don't need tables there? And then Councilmember Kircher, 6 Redwood, no tables. Councilmember Cool?
I think so, no.
Okay, so fine. Okay, so that takes care of that. Patrick, are there any topics that we haven't tried to get a council direction from about?
I'm not thinking of any. I think we were pretty thorough here. Casey, if anything comes to mind, or if the town manager has anything that you wanted to get more direction, but I think it's pretty clear direction coming from the council on how you'd like to see the concept the next time it comes before you.
Okay, and regarding the pathway width, Casey, I went out and measured the pathways, and I was surprised to see that, for example, the pathway next to Ross School is 4 feet wide. And then there's that area that's close to where the drop off is I measured it at 7 feet, but it's 7, 8, something like that. They do vary. Maybe it would be prettier if we had everything basically 4.5 or 5 feet wide as a standard width, but then, widened a little bit at the drop off area, because I think that it wasn't ever intended to vary, but it just varied, because of when they were poured maybe. But I think people like the sort of narrowness of the paths. They're wide enough as is, which is kind of 5 feet, I guess. We don't have any restrictions about having to make it a certain width. Is that correct? It's not a sidewalk, it's just a pathway?
I think best practice would be to keep minimum 4 feet just for ADA purposes.
So 4 feet is ADA?
Mhm.
Great.
Well, the area I would say you want them a little wider, which they are, is the running path. You see the kids, and I think that's 6 feet or whatever it is. I think you want to keep the same width.
So-
a bit narrower, you have all those kids running. I think it's a good idea to keep the area where the kids are running that side the same width, essentially.
By right adjacent to the school, it's 4 feet. That's a little narrow. That's okay for that, but that's a little
Yeah,
narrow.
I'm
The
saying
area-
the running course around.
Right, no, so the area where they run is closer to 5 feet, and I think that would be fine.
Well, whatever it is, I think it was 6 in places there too. But whatever it is, I think you want to keep that as you don't want to get narrower than it is.
Right, it's just, right. I think so the paths should basically stay the way the same location and the same width. more or less.
Now, there is one place I would say you should widen the sidewalk when you get dropped off is 8 feet. And because there's 2 telephone poles, it goes to 4 feet. And everybody pinches in, you see people walk in the street, walk in the grass. We should make it the consistent. I think it's at least 6 feet. This is on the street by the white zone. And there's one area it pinches down because it's in between 2 telephone poles, but there's no reason not to make the pavement match.
Maybe you could send us a drawing of that. I don't think I understand where you're talking about, but it
It's
sounds like a
right
good
on the
idea,
column.
but
Yeah. It's farther to the right. It goes. It's probably near that white, there you go down in front of the white car. Okay, yeah, travel in front of the white. So you can see it goes down and then it goes down right after that sign. It gets real narrow and everybody walks in the street from there down between the telephone pole. That should be, it's like a consistent width, and for whatever reason, it narrowed in and then it goes back wide. So it's like, fix it to be a consistent. And when you see people, they'll step off the sidewalk into the
so
street.
is the sidewalk part of this project? I hadn't realized we were redoing
Well,
the sidewalk.
I don't think the sidewalk, but there is one part that it doesn't work.
Okay. You know, I'm not sure we finished the question about the crosswalk onto the, you know, if you're standing in the crosswalk, going to the common, to the right and the left are those, you know, newly striped white areas. And I think, Elizabeth, you thought it should just be left that way. I agree. I think it should just be left that way. I think plantings are going to just look mangy. How did we leave that? I'm not sure that we came to a consensus about that. Or did we decide to just, I mean, that's striped off because the parking you can't park there because it doesn't really fit for a car. So, and it's striped off now and it could just stay striped with no improvements one way or the other. Is that how we left it?
Well, the way it's in the concept was that those be brought up to the pedestrian level. And the concept doesn't say whether that's planted or whether that's just kept as essentially, you know, sidewalk space. That's one of the areas that staff does have a recommendation, which is that we do incorporate that into the plan because it reduces the length of the crosswalk, which in turn increases safety, pedestrian safety. So that's why it's recommended. But yeah, it's up to the council if you. It's not a parking area, so it's a striped zone. So it's either at the street level or it can be brought up to the sidewalk level.
But if you bring it up at the sidewalk level, isn't it going to look more like more hardscape as part of the common? I mean, that kind of made sense to me when if you're going to have that patio landing area there. But if we're just having a pathway going from that crosswalk directly into the common, I don't know why we want to bring the street into that. You know, I sort of like it's sort of striped as street right now. That seems fine to me. I don't see how it's much safer either because there'll never be a car there.
Yeah, the safety element is that it
Councilmember
narrows the road.
Breckus, I see your hand is up.
I mean, I sort of don't love those bump outs. I have looked at them even more so since we've had this meeting to try and think about them. And I do think that having them striped and widened on either side would increase visibility. I wonder if we couldn't put something in the middle. Well, at one point we had a sign. Do we have the sign?
We do. Yes.
Okay. But do we have it on both sides? I'm not
The what?
sure. I guess I just feel like, you know, I'm not sure that I love that look. It looks so public works. It looks so inconsistent with this downtown area. So I'm not sure that I love it. You know, I guess that's my thought.
I mean, it's just been redone and it's clean and nice and nicely striped. And, you know, you're not going to park in it because it's striped. Oh, is that the new one? Yeah, no, can't tell. Anyway, other comments, Councilmember Kircher.
Yeah, no, I'm in favor of the bump out that is at sidewalk level. I think it's a safety feature. I think it highlights the fact that this is a crosswalk there and makes people more conscious of it. And I don't really think it would detract from the Ross Common because it's not, I just don't think anybody would view it all together. So anyway, I would be in favor of the raised bump out.
I sort of see it as it's a big patch of new concrete. I mean, I know it's already road, but what do you think, who else has comments? Councilmember Cool or Councilmember McMillan?
Yeah, I'm wondering if we could have a bump out, but plant some kind of low drought tolerant plants in the area so that it's not concrete, it's softer, but it does enhance the safety and gives people notice that there is a crosswalk there.
Councilmember Cool, any opinion?
Again, I'm not sure I understand what you're talking about, where you're gonna put these plants in the street.
Yes, yeah, basically.
I don't think we ought to put plants in the street. I think it's more than adequate for pedestrian traffic the way it is now.
Okay, so for now we have 3 no bump out, 2 bump out. You know, we can think about it. I guess that's the next question is, how do we move forward with this? Do we, the drop dead date is the December meeting because we have to have this in by late December to get the public, the grant or, the state money, whatever it is to do this. But maybe we could have it finalized in the November meeting. I mean, it sounds like we're pretty much on the same page about everything. So, except for this 3-2 no bump out, that's our closest vote. Most everything else, we seem to be kind of seeing it the same way. So Patrick, how do you suggest we move this forward? What would the process be?
Yeah, from a staff perspective, I think I have enough direction from the council tonight to know what the concept looks like. And all we need is a concept for the funding.
Okay.
We're not going out to bid. We don't need 100% design drawings.
I see. Okay.
So I think the direction we received tonight is enough to finalize that concept. Regarding the bump outs, the majority of the council was not interested in the bump outs right now, so we won't include that. So it's something that could be added at a later date in another plan, but it won't be part of this rehabilitation plan. And then, yeah, the other direction was pretty clear from the council. So I think the next thing that you see from us would be this this final plan document based on the feedback that we got tonight.
Okay. Does anyone have any other comments or questions? Okay, then let's take a 5-minute break. And, oh wait, Councilmember McMillan.
We did receive an email from the RPOA rep, Elizabeth, if you want to check your email over the break, and then maybe you can read it into the record when we come back.
Okay, thank you. All right, so at the time, my phone says it's 8:57. So let's come back at 9:02.
Can I ask another question?
Yes.
Is it possible that we could change the agenda to take some of the planning items ahead of some of the other items? I just am looking at the who's online and we're getting kind of late for us. And I'm just wondering if we couldn't consider amending the agenda.
So Ben, is there any reason we can't do that to bring the planning items up at 9:00? Let's make it 9:03 now.
You can take them in the order that you want to, correct?
Okay, fine, good. Thank you, Elizabeth. So it's 8:58, 9:03. We'll start with the first planning item. Okay.
Okay, recording.
Thank you. So we're moving items 18 and 19 forward so that we can not have our residents stay up all night. So item 18, 86 Glenwood Avenue, design revenue and variance, and town council consideration of adoption of resolution 2219. Planner Weintraub.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and council members. Planner Matthew Weintraub. I will now begin my visual presentation. Item 18 is the planning application for the Flightus residence at 86 Glenwood Avenue. And the property is it does meet the minimum lot size. It's shown here. So it meets the minimum lot size for the district. However, you can see that there is a rather large residence that occupies most of the front portion of the lot that makes developing the rear portion of the lot difficult without some type of setback encroachment. You can also see that the angled front and rear property lines also create a situation where this rear setback angles in to the property. So again, kind of creates a difficult situation for the property owner to develop the rear property without some type of setback encroachment. And that brings us to the proposed project, which is to install a new pool and deck in the rear yard behind a previously approved patio. And the deck is designed to minimize the encroachment into the side yard setbacks. So there is actually no encroachment on the south side yard setback. There's a 5-foot encroachment into the north side setback, and the rear setback, the distance from the property line would vary from 5 feet here at the narrow pinch point to 17.5 feet at the top portion here. And the project also proposes to replace the existing asphalt driveway and walkway at the front of the property with permeable materials to offset the added coverage from the pool and the deck. The Advisory Design Review Group reviewed the project on September 21st. Their only comment was that the mechanical equipment should be screened or enclosed, and the applicant has since revised the project accordingly to move the mechanical equipment off of sort of an elevated position here down to a lower position and to enclose it. And this is the proposed enclosure with a lid as well. And so public comments were received from the owners of all the adjacent properties. And I'll actually bring up another quick visual here showing the location of the property. So letters of support have been received from property owners at 84 and 88, as well as 44 Fernhill. And we can see that Fernhill backs up to the property here. And so this rear setback encroachment is really not an issue for anyone behind the property because of the configuration of this lot. So again, all neighboring property owners have submitted letters of consent, and we have not, or I should say letters of support, and we have not received any negative comments. So the key issues are really variance for the setback. Staff recommends that the lot conditions do exclude a pool with conforming setbacks. Non-conforming setbacks are not uncommon in the neighborhood, and the property to the rear is undeveloped open space, which really mitigates any potential impact on that rear setback. Privacy, in terms of privacy, the project is very well screened. I forgot to mention that there will also be landscape plantings around the entire perimeter of the rear yard to help screen and beautify the project as well. And again, as I mentioned, owners of adjacent properties support the project, not indicated that there are privacy concerns. From a hydrology standpoint, there would be no net increase in the peak runoff from the site compared to pre-project conditions as a result of the offset from replacing the impermeable paving at the front of the property with pervious, and also installing bioretention to mitigate for what would be a minor coverage increase. So the permits requested are design review permit and the variance to encroach into the side yard setback and the rear yard setback with the pool and the deck. The mechanical equipment, by the way, does meet it does comply with setbacks. And so staff does recommend adopting resolution number 2219 to approve the project. That does complete my presentation. The architect is Jessica Fairchild, and she may or may not want to present some further information to you. And that does conclude my presentation. I'm available to answer questions. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Matthew or for the architect? Okay, seeing none. Would the architect like to make any comments, or shall we open it up to members of the public? And then if following that, the architect wants, he or she could then make comments. Let's open it up to members of the public. Are there any members of the public who would like to make a comment?
There are no raised hands, Mayor.
Okay, then let's bring it back to the level of the council unless the architect has an interest in commenting.
Um,
Any-
Matthew, who's the architect for this
Um,
item?
Jessica Fairchild with.
Jessica Fairchild, okay, because there were two Jessicas, yeah.
Okay. Are there any comments from council members or would someone like to make a motion? Oh, Councilmember Breckus.
I don't have a question. When I was out on site, the owner was asking me about the no build timeframe. And I guess that's from October 15th to April 15th. And I said, I'm sorry, but that kind of comes past the design review. So I don't really know that. She was asking, she was inquiring whether that applies even during, I guess, a drought time, which maybe it does, I didn't know. But she was also asking, like, can they do the landscaping in the front of the property? I don't know if there's any answer regarding that, but I felt kind of incompetent not having an answer. Was that raised with you, Matthew?
No, excuse me, I did not receive those questions. As you say, that does sort of extend beyond the design review phase. And to be quite honest, I'm not involved with construction activities per se. That's what the building staff and the public works staff primarily oversees. So I would actually have to punt that to one of those staff to respond to in terms of, what activities are allowable during the wet season, what is the wet season, that kind of thing. Yeah, they're the
I can chime in here really quick regarding that no build period. That's really set aside for grading operations. And we do provide some flexibility even with grading operations. If we don't see any inclement weather within 72 hours, which is a fairly, you can get good confidence at 72 hours on what the weather is going to be like. We'll stop them and have them button up for the winter or for the storm with erosion control materials. But after the storm goes away and things dries up and we're still in that no build period, we'll let them continue operations as long as we feel that they can adequately control erosion and sediment runoff. And so we are flexible. In a project like this, I don't think we would evoke that requirement anyway. This one's a little bit too small. It's for large grading operations mainly, like what you're seeing at One Upper Road.
Okay, thank you so much. I just had no answer for them. So with that, I would move to approve.
I'll second.
All right, let's take the vote. How do you vote, Councilmember Breckus?
Aye.
Councilmember Kircher?
Aye.
Councilmember Cole?
Aye.
Councilmember McMillan?
Aye.
And Mayor Robbins?
Aye.
And the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Now let's move on to number 19, 3 Newell Road, design review, hillside lot permit, nonconformity permit, demolition permit, accessory dwelling unit permit, and it's resolution 2220. Matthew.
Thank you again, Mayor and council members. I will share my screen again. And so item 19 is the Newell Road Trust residence at 3 Newell Road. The property is a 3-acre property, little over 3-acre property at the very end of Newell Road. It's a hillside lot. The average slope is actually less than 30%, so it is not subject to the hillside lot floor area requirements. But because it contains a slope hazard zone, it is subject to all the other hillside lot requirements, including setbacks and design guidelines. And the property contains an existing single-family residence with an attached caretaker unit that are proposed to be demolished and reconstructed. And it has a detached pool house that you can see at the south end of the lot next to the pool. So the project scope is to reconstruct the residence and the caretaker unit in a location and layout that are similar to the existing at the center of the property, as you can see here. The project will also convert a portion of the existing pool house here at the bottom of the lot to an ADU or accessory dwelling unit, secondary unit. And the project also proposes a new auto court under which would be placed underground water tanks, which would provide for fire protection And there's a pump house would also be required to be constructed for that fire protection. The landscape includes removing 27 existing trees from around buildings and structures to create fire defensible space. The project would, however, plant 23 new trees on the lot in safer areas. So it would revegetate the property after creating the defensible zones. Here are just a quick look at the architectural rendering and details, and I won't spend a lot of time on this. I believe the architect will probably want to spend more time on this. So just to give you a sense of sort of the naturalistic style and natural earth tones and materials that would be used. Here's the project data. Again, I won't go into detail on the project data except to identify that the project does conform to all the zoning requirements, including the applicable hillside lot requirements, with the only exception being it would retain the existing non-conforming setbacks for the accessory structure and the pool, which would be reconstructed in essentially the same location. So the advisory design review group reviewed the project on September 21st and unanimously recommended approval without conditions or revisions. Public comments have been received from, a formal written comment has been received from the owner of 6 Pomeroy Road, concerned about post-project road construction or condition of the road after construction. Staff would point to standard condition of approval number 9T in the resolution, which requires an applicant to repair any road damage caused by the project. There's been some additional input on road condition, which I'll cover in just a minute as well. So key issues for the council to consider. The project is located on a hillside lot. However, it does comply with all the hillside area design standards and regulations. It does conform to the maximum 10% FAR for the property. It conforms, the new development conforms with the hillside lot setbacks. The existing pool structure non-conforming setbacks would be retained consistent with the purpose of a non-conformity permit. In terms of residential units, the existing main residence and attached caretakers would essentially be reconstructed as they are with some additional floor area. And a new detached ADU would be installed in the existing pool house. And in terms of parking, the project does provide the minimum required 5 spaces, which equals 4 for the main residence plus 1 for the caretaker unit. The ADU is not required to have parking. Also, with respect to the general plan does allow for new houses to exceed 10,000 square feet in floor area if the town council finds that such development intensity is appropriate and consistent with the Ross Municipal Code and the Ross General Plan. And staff recommends that the project is consistent with the municipal code and the general plan based on all the findings that are included in the written staff report and the resolution. And also the preliminary construction management plan that was submitted with the project, which is not final with the planning application, but it is required to be submitted so that we have an idea of what could be proposed. There have been some feedback that interested parties have objected to the use of Crest Road or Baywood Avenue for any construction activities during this project. Staff again would point to standard condition of approval number 9T, which requires the applicant to repair any road damage that might occur. Staff would also mention that the CMP is not approved with the planning application. That is something that only gets approved during the building and construction stage and would be looked at very closely. In addition, I can add some information that it's my understanding that the applicant is amenable to not using Crest Road or Baywood Avenue for this construction project as well. So they're amenable to essentially not causing that activity. Also, I would mention that if this is something that the council feels strongly about, a condition of approval could be attached to the resolution that would not allow the use of Crest Road or Baywood Avenue for construction activities. And so the permits requested include design review and hillside lot permit for the new construction, non-conformity permit to retain the existing non-conforming setbacks for the pool house and the pool, demolition permit to allow for the demolition to allow for the new construction, and an ADU permit to construct the new ADU within the existing pool house. So staff, in conclusion, recommends adoption of resolution number 2220 for the project. That concludes my presentation. I do believe the architect Ken Lindstedt would like to present his presentation of the project as well, and I am available to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Mr. Lindstedt going to present right now?
It's my understanding that he would like to present and should be available.
So Linda, will you bring him in, please?
Yes, I'm bringing him in now.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Ken Lindstedt. Thanks so much for spending time tonight taking a look at our project. Do we have the ability to bring in our presentation as a shared?
Yes, all panelists can do that in your
Okay, so
panelist.
Jessica O'Neill. Okay, great. So Jessica, can you share the screen? So I just wanted to go through a quick overview of how we arrived at our design, the current configuration. So this is a aerial view of the house as it exists today. Our clients, they really like the way that the house occupies the property. It's a house that was built in the 40s. And our goal here was to try to only build on the currently developed parts of the property. So we've kind of I'd say our access point, our driveway is essentially the same. We need a little bit bigger turnaround than the current house has just to accommodate fire. The owners love the pool and pool house kind of as a kind of like a private getaway, like a little oasis down the hill, as opposed to the pool being up near the main house. I think it's a feature of the house they really love. They like the stone site walls that are on the property. So essentially what we really wanted to do here was kind of reimagine that main house in a slightly different configuration, but essentially occupying the same spot on the property. So if we go to the next slide, these are some photos of the existing house, just to kind of give you I think you've all been out there, so you have an idea of the amazing views from there. And I think also before we leave this, one other thing to note here is this house really doesn't see other houses, and so therefore other houses really don't see this property. So this came up during ADR as we were asked to kind of take a look from offsite to see how our massing might be viewed from offsite, and we've got some visuals for that, but we really couldn't find a place where this house is visible. So next slide. Okay, so this just shows the general configuration. And I guess what I want to point out in this slide is that the goal here was it's a big house, but we didn't really want it to read as a big house. So when you arrive at that entry court, you're looking at essentially a fairly long horizontal one-story structure. And then there's a breezeway that connects this one-story, kind of what I'll call the main house, being the whitish form in the center there. And then it links up with a two-story stone structure that is the bedroom wing. So we kind of have I'd say more of the public spaces in the main house, and then there's a breezeway that leads to the bedrooms. And the idea here was to have the buildings kind of gesture away from each other a little bit and open up a large garden to the south where there's currently house. And that way it's not ever reading as one big monolithic form. So if we go to the next one, that shows it in a little bit greater detail. And again, that area that you're seeing there as the pad of this property is already graded. We're not really adding new grading to this site. And again, keeping the existing driveway, keeping the existing pool. So trying to concentrate our work to the developed area that already exists. So next one. And this will just kind of spin you around a little bit. Let's keep going. And you can see that there's a detached garage on the left. You'll go undercover under a roof to get to the back part of the house. Keep spinning around. This is looking over the garage toward our bedroom wing, that stone building. And the steps that you see on the right going down the hill, that's the existing stonework that was on the property from the 40s. And then this is essentially, we're kind of in the, this is where the existing house is, and we're converting this area to be kind of a garden lawn area. And that is at the southeast corner of the house. And so as far as the pool house goes, we really have the exact same footprint that is there. But what we're doing is changing the roof line a little bit to simplify it. And if anything, it's going to be a lower roof form that exists currently. And I would say that the area of the house, you can see it in this diagram. There are some terraces to the south of the main house that face the views to Mount Tam and to the south. And we're adding some space below us under those terraces. So we're essentially stepping down the hill. It's showing the new pool house with the existing stonework. And that's if you're standing at the pool looking up to the house above. This is the existing footprint of the house. And I think probably what the next slide is probably the one we want to look at. And if we just zoom in a little bit. Yeah, you can see the outline in red of the existing house and then the new house superimposed. Keep going. These are some diagrams from offsite. Matthew had some suggestions for us to kind of take a look from Baldy to see if we could see the house from there. So this is showing that view, and you can see that it's quite far away, and it's really quite hard to tell if there's any change in the massing. This one's from Ross Common. We went down to see where it would be visually from the common, and you really can't see it. It's kind of generally, we're just locating that it's about there in the terrain of Ross. This one's from 4th Street, since we wanted to see if we could see it from San Rafael. And you can see that it is right up over the top of that hill. That tree to the right of the arrow is actually on the property, but the house sits behind those trees, so you can't see it from San Rafael. And this one's across, there's a reservoir up the hill in San Rafael, so we wanted to take a look from up there as well. And again, our house is on the right there behind the trees, so you can't see it. And this is just a walk along crest. If you haven't walked along there, it's a fairly planted area right now, and you really can't sense a house up there. And this is just a kind of a sectional view of our siting strategy. And you can see the red dotted line is the existing house. There is a 2-story component to the existing house. And what we tried to do is like take a person standing down on crest and show a sight line up the hill. And you can see that by moving the house back, you're kind of moving the visual from down below. And then there's another one that shows, here's the 1-story portion, kind of the same effect. And the trees behind us really do a great job of keeping this house from ever daylighting as a form that you would see on the ridge.
You know, Ken, I forgot to mention, the presenters have 15 minutes. You probably know that, but just that's
yeah. And I think that was it. I think that is our
Okay.
last slide, and happy to answer any questions you all might have.
Wonderful. Are there any questions for Mr. Lindstedt, the architect? So if there are no questions, let's see if anyone, oh, sorry, Councilmember McMillan.
Thank you. Thank you for that really thorough, excellent presentation. I just had a question about the existing pool structure and where the pool equipment was going to be, since it is, I believe it's in the setback, and I'm just concerned about the noise and how the noise would be mitigated.
Yeah, so it's currently, that's a 2-story building currently. And Jessica, are you able to zoom in on that area and maybe point to where it's below it's actually in the floor below the podium level. So it already exists in its own room. It's inside the building underneath. So it'll remain under there.
Great. So it's totally enclosed.
Totally enclosed, yes.
Thank you. Oh, you know what? I have one other question. I see that there's artificial turf just above the pool. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is that counted for your impermeable space? Do you know?
I don't believe so. Do you know, Jessica or Randy, whether that counted? It shouldn't. I think it's typically set on or maybe Janelle can answer that question.
Yeah, I think it's usually counted as impermeable because.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Okay. I hate artificial turf. I think it kills the soil and it's really bad for the environment. On the other hand, I know we're in a huge drought, so there's no good solution. Thank you.
Councilmember Breckus.
I don't know if this is a question for the applicant or staff, but like this had a caretaker and then it has this pool room and now they're creating ADU. And I just am confused by how that all works, because if you're a main house and then you have a secondary dwelling, like a caretaker unit, or I don't know what you call the pool house, do you really get the credit for the ADU? I mean, aren't you kind of essentially renovating an ADU, or are you really creating it? I guess I'm confused there.
Yeah, I think I can answer that question. So the ADU is permitted by right on any lot that contains a single family dwelling, regardless of another type of second dwelling that may be on that property. And in Ross, the other types of second dwellings can include a guest house or caretaker unit. If those are new developments, those require use permits. In this case, it's well established through the assessor records that there are 2 dwelling units on the lot currently, and that one of them is what's referred to in the assessor's records as maid's quarters or caretaker residence, basically. So that establishes those two existing units, the primary unit and a second unit. And then the ADU is essentially a bonus for any residential property that doesn't already contain an actual ADU. And that's per the ADU ordinance and per state regulation.
Okay, and follow-up question. So when you have a property that is not of the size it's supposed to be, so this one's supposed to be 5, it's 3.1. And this is really just me asking questions as opposed to this project, but I was just curious. It's supposed to be 5, it's 3.1, 10% max on FAR. Then they're saying, well, we're 10% max of our 3.1, but then they're not consistent with the zoning regulation. So do we look at them? I think we do, but I'm not sure. Do we look at them as a substandard lot sounds really wrong to say to this property, which is spectacular, but do we look at them as a non-conforming lot and we don't require any kind of variance for the FAR, which would not, which is allowed for this district, but not with this lot size?
Right. Yeah, so it would be considered a non-conforming lot with respect to the size of the lot, but a variance would only be required if the actual development encroached into a setback or exceeded FAR or coverage or some other lot standard, essentially, or zoning regulation. And in this case, it does come in under the FAR, and the new development does comply with setbacks. One other consideration that could be looked at is the density of development, and the general plan in this area allows for up to 1 unit per acre density, and that would actually match what's being proposed, which would be a total of 3 units on a 3+ acre property. So, so if the lot were much smaller, say 1.5 acres, then it wouldn't comply with the general plan density, and that might be an issue. It's not an issue in this case because it does comply with that density.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for Matthew or Mr. Lindstedt? Then let's see if would any members of the public like to comment on this item?
Can you please close the share screen so we can see? Thank you. It looks like we do have someone. Kathy Hansen. Go ahead, Kathy.
Hi, this is Kathy Hansen. Wow, this is my first Ross City Council meeting, so this has been fascinating for me. I live on Crest Road, and we're new to Ross. And my concern about this project is the use of Crest Road for the renovations of the pool house. And I believe I heard either the architect or I forget the other fellow's name, say that the owners would agree to not using Crest Road. And that would be my concern because, as you probably know, Crest is a very thin, skinny road. It's basically a single track. And our house, we're 5 Crest, back right up to where this property is. And I have some concerns about vehicles being on the road. There's no parking on the road. So it sounds like the owners they acknowledge that this could be a problem and would agree not to use it, but I would just like to get my concerns onto the record.
Thank you very much, Kathy. Are there any other members of the public who would like to speak to this item?
There are no raised hands, Mayor.
All right, then let's bring it back to the council members. One question, is that correct that Crest Road is not being used, Mr. Lindstedt?
Well, I wonder, I'm not sure if our contractor, our general contractor is on the call tonight. Because I hate to answer that for him because that could get me in big trouble. I think our goal is not to use Crest, and I agree that it is a very difficult road to navigate. But before I just, like if you were to say, let's make that a condition of approval, I would just want some assurance that I haven't done something that is going to really upset the works here. That may sound evasive, but you know what I mean?
What's the name of your contractor so I can see if he's on?
Derek Thompson. I'm not sure if he's here.
No, there's no Derek Thompson.
Okay. So, I mean, it would be our goal to absolutely minimize it and to work with the neighbors. My clients they really want to make sure neighbors are happy. So I would say it's a very strong goal of ours. But I hate to speak for the construction management of this in a one fell swoop like that, unless the council felt like that was what it takes to make the approval.
It should be a condition of approval. Let's see what people think. Councilmember McMillan.
I live on Crest Road, further down from the woman who just spoke, who's only lived here for, a few months. We spent probably 4 years trying to repave the private road of Crest and Baywood. It's private because it's so narrow and so steep that the city would not accept it as a public road eons ago. And there's no parking. We can barely pass each other in normal cars, let alone construction vehicles. And so in my opinion, I think that there needs to be a condition in the construction management plan that there can be no utilization of Baywood or Crest for this project. And I understand that it may inconvenience your contractor, but it would inconvenience many, many, many more people who live on Baywood and Crest. So I'm sorry for, requiring that, but I think that it's absolutely necessary.
Thank you. Councilmember Breckus.
Well, I would agree with that. It's a private road and you don't have vehicle access into the lot. So I don't think that you necessarily have a right to that, even though it would be convenient. And even if you had a right to it, I'd be inclined to curtail it just because I would feel like, it might be more expensive or difficult, but it should be required because of the difficulty of Crest and the parking and everything else. So that would be something I would say. My general I've had some concerns about some of the bigger homes that I've seen built. And this is such a big home, and I'm really appreciative of Randy to coming out and showing it to us. But I agree that the site absorbs it really well. So for that reason, I can see approving such a large home. I just think, I was out on site with Beach and I was asking, do you remember projects where we have had yellow ribbons around trees that are going to be taken down? And he couldn't remember. I for sure remember the one on the corner of Glenwood and is it Upper? The one that one did. But I even have in my memory the other ones did. I think when we're taking down particularly like 23 trees on site or something like that, we should have that marked. Just so in the future, when we're walking around, we can at least visualize the loss of trees a little bit better than being like, is that tree going down? Is that tree going down? That would be helpful. But I do appreciate Randy's site tour and, Ken, your designs are always so beautiful. I'm sure it's going to be a lovely addition to the property, to the town. So I don't.
Okay, Matthew, I have a question about the 23 trees. So I understand that 23 trees are being cut down. But what I'm not sure I understand is, with such a fire risk on a hillside, do we really mean to make them plant 23 more trees? I mean, maybe that's not so safe. I mean, if they wanted to, I guess, but is it right that we're, requiring all these trees to be planted when we are talking so much about defensible space?
Yes, so the revegetation plan is actually consistent with the vegetation management plan that creates the defensible space. So the new trees that would be planted in locations that are away from structures and away from buildings. So that those are in locations that the fire department has approved essentially for replanting. And the town does have some very specific tree replacement requirements as well. And so the applicant has designed the revegetation plan to meet the town's tree replacement requirements, as well as the fire department's defensible space requirements in terms of where those trees should go. Now, if the council believes that there shouldn't be as many trees as are proposed, I think maybe perhaps the architect could respond to that, to that particular concern, if that's a concern.
No, I mean, it's just sort of a general question, thinking of hillside lots and, trying to get defensible space. I just don't want to make it harder for them to have defensible space if we say you have to plant more trees. If the fire department's fine with it, I'm fine with it, but kind of as just a general philosophy, I'm not totally sure we should always be asking for, replanting, especially on the hillsides. Councilmember Cool. You're muted, Beach. Beach, you're muted.
there was a comment made that Crest Road is private, and I know parts of it are. Is it a private road down there right behind the
Yes,
school?
yes, it is. The entire road is private.
Okay, well then, the owners of the private road can stop them from using their road, can't they?
You know, I would love to do that. You should see my driveway and all the trucks that turn around and scrape my driveway. I would love that. That shouldn't be our burden to try to stop trucks. That should be a condition of the approval. We should not be standing out there, you know, like, stop.
Well, but I'm not sure if it's a private road that we have the power to say, I mean, it's private property. We can't tell them how to use it, I don't think.
Well,
Well,
I
no,
would, I'm
So
sorry.
technically, it's a public right of way. It's just privately maintained. So it's a little bit different than, say, Bellagio and Pomeroy, which are true private roads. So Crest is actually it is actually public right of way. It's just privately maintained.
Okay.
And Ben, did you have a comment about that?
No, I was just going to answer the question of whether we had the authority, and we do have the authority to condition the project on that.
Okay. Are there any other comments? And if not, would someone like to make a motion? Councilmember McMillan, or Bill, did you have a comment or are you making a motion?
I just had a question. There's been a lot of discussion about Crest, but also there was concern, I think, expressed about Baywood. So if we are considering conditions of approval, what is everyone's thinking on whether Baywood should also be included? I'm not as familiar with the streets. I understand the situation with Crest.
Okay, thank you. So Councilmember McMillan, were you prepared to make a motion?
I was just gonna, yes, but I was just gonna tell Bill that parts of Baywood leading up to Crest are also privately maintained. So in order, you know, if we cut off Crest, they wouldn't use Baywood because there'd be no point. But I'm happy to include that in the condition. So I would move to approve this resolution number 2220 with the additional condition in the construction management plan that no construction vehicles be allowed to travel or park on Crest Road or travel on Baywood Avenue.
Second.
All right, let's take the vote. How do you vote, Councilmember Breckus?
Aye.
Councilmember Kircher?
Aye.
Councilmember Cool? Councilmember Cool?
Aye.
And Councilmember McMillan?
Aye.
And Mayor Robbins?
Aye,
And the motion passes unanimously.
thank you. So now let's go back to where we left off. And
Thank
that-
you all.
Yes, you're welcome. That takes us to item number 14.
Does anyone want to update on the game? Or do we all know?
I know.
Yeah,
Me too. Sad.
yeah, really sad.
Well, I think that means the game must be over. So item number, we're on, let's see, 14, Town Council discussion and direction regarding the installation of an electric vehicle charging station at the Ross Post Office parking lot. Rich?
Thank you, Mayor, council members. So back in June, the Ross-Town Council requested that staff look into the feasibility of installing EV charging station in the post office parking lot. And staff determined that a good place to do that would be those parking stalls that run along the multi-use trail adjacent to the parking lot. So a number of questions were asked from council of staff. The first being, would we lose any parking stalls if we did put in this EV charging station? And basically, the only way you can enforce EV station parking only at a stall with an EV charger would be by passing an ordinance that states that the police department can enforce a no parking at the location where the EV charging station is installed. So what that means is we can install EV charging station. We don't need to mark the stall as EV charging station only unless council desires to pass an ordinance that requires that. The other aspect is an accessible space required to have that EV charging station once you start installing these in your public parking lot? And the answer to that is yes. So the first stall does need to be a van accessible ADA parking stall. And then if we install a single two-headed charger, one of the stalls would be a standard stall. The other stall would be a van accessible parking space. So essentially you're not losing any spaces unless you pass an ordinance where you require that only EV vehicles can park in those EV charging stations to actually charge their vehicles. The other question was, what does the contractual arrangement look like as far as these EV charging stations will be hooked up to the town's PG&E meter, so we'll be paying the electricity for anybody who wishes to use the charger. They would come in and they would swipe their credit card to charge their vehicle, and a cloud-based credit card platform would track those charges, and we could actually, depending on the contract that we develop with the credit card group, they could have their own fees for each transaction, and we might add another fee for some cost recovery for the capital improvement itself and for the cost of the electricity. So those are things that we can work out. It's actually not a real burden on staff or the financial staff to track that sort of thing. Even if you have 1, 5, or 10 EV stations, it's all tracked rather easily on a web-based program. The other question was regarding whether the Tesla chargers could be installed in lieu of the standard chargers, and staff determined that, but we don't want to be proprietary as far as selecting that type of charger. We want to stick with the ChargePoint chargers, which we currently have an account with ChargePoint for the charger that is currently located on the police building. So with that, and we also determine the cost. We've got the conduit installed with the paving program. The conduit runs from the post office where we have the charging meters or the PG&E meters to a location at the post office parking lot. I'm going to share my screen really quick here. So this is the location of where the current infrastructure actually is. It's located here between this accessible parking stall and this normal parking stall. So what we're asking tonight is should we install one or more or no charging station? So what staff would propose is with the infrastructure currently here, and we would just need to tie in the electrical meter to get this charged. I would say this is the preferred accessible stall to receive a meter or a charging station. So we would install a single head charger here and then a dual head charger over here. Since we have the infrastructure, we paid for it in place, I think this would be better bang for the buck. And this is one proposal we could look at where we have a dual head here. We'd have 2 spaces that could charge a vehicle, and then we'd have the one head over here to satisfy the accessibility requirement. So that's something to consider too. But the issue is with a handicap stall, this is actually the preferred stall where the loading zone here is on the passenger side of the accessible stall. So it kind of requires that we do install actually a single head charger here, and then we could actually install a double head here. And I think that's actually a good use of the money we've already invested in getting the infrastructure out there. So I'm going to stop the share here and return to the presentation. So the costs are there and the fiscal resources and timeline impacts. I want to keep this very brief tonight. We've got the facts here in the staff report. And so that concludes my presentation, but I'm here to answer any questions that council may have. So thank you.
Are there questions for Rich? So Rich, I thought we were doing one that was two-headed, and you're saying that because the handicap landing is on the right side, it has to be two separate structures?
It doesn't have to be, but that would be the preferred way to satisfy the accessibility requirement. I think sometime in the future, we would have to run a single-headed structure or a single-headed charger over to that other handicap stall. This is based on information I received today from our accessibility experts on which side that the charger actually has to be on. So,
what if you flip the location of the handicap spot? So what if you have just a regular spot at the far end, and then the next spot in, one of the middle spots is the handicap? Does that let us just have one?
We could actually reconfigure this stall here, where unfortunately it has just been striped.
No.
But this would become the stall here, and then this would become the accessible
Right.
pathway, but it would have to tie back into the new accessible pathway here, which is actually not really a problem. You'd come and you'd angle out and come back in. So with a little bit of striping, restriping, we could just have the dual head charger here and leave it be. So.
Councilmember Kircher.
Rich, in terms of the cost, I seem to recall that a two-headed station was something like $18,000. We might get $8,000 back as a grant. But if we had the additional station with just a single head, is that also $18,000 or would that be less?
No, so it would be less. So the charger, the dual-headed charger itself, I believe is 12 grand, and a single head would be 8 grand, I believe. So, and then there's the cost to install those two. It would be less of the cost to install them even if you did the two-headed and the single head. So instead of the 18,000, just to wrap this up, so just instead of the 18,000 for a dual head, you're probably looking at 18 plus 8, 26, probably 30,000 to do a dual head and a single head, where you now have 3 spaces that 2 normal and 1 handicap that would have EV charging.
And that's before grants. You're saying that's a growth.
That's before grants, yes.
So
the grants are per head too. So you would get 8,000 for the dual head and you'd get 4,000 for the single head. So you're knocking 12,000 off of 30. So that leaves you're back at 18. So the grants essentially pay for the cost of the 1 additional head.
Mm-hmm.
And you said that the parking spaces do not have to be filled with people charging their cars, that anybody can park in those spaces?
That's correct, as our parking ordinance is currently written.
And there aren't state laws that change that?
No. No, it's actually from the California Vehicle Code that states that it can only be enforced by a local agency ordinance.
Okay, other questions? Councilmember Kircher, do you have another question?
Oh, sorry, I lower my hand.
Okay. Would anyone else does anyone else have questions for Rich? Then let's see, would any members of the public like to speak on this item?
There's only one person out there and there's no raised hand.
All right, then let's bring it back to the council. What comments do we have? Is it one or two? I guess if it could be one if we change the parking, switch the spots around. Otherwise, it has to be two. Or it could be zero. But I think we're all intending to move forward with this. So how do we decide between one or two? Councilmember McMillan.
I'm just wondering, Joe, maybe you know how much money we're getting from that, what's it called, American Rescue, whatever it is.
COVID money?
COVID, American Rescue Plan, ARPA.
Yeah.
560,000, within a few thousand of that.
So over $500,000. Yeah.
Yeah, that needs to be spent by what, 2024 or.
And are there restrictions associated with anything that it can be spent on?
We're still waiting for the final rules. They still have interim rules, and given we're need to get the rules because there's a lot of, depends because a lot of our money could come through the revenue loss, and then it's what are you allowed to spend on related to revenue loss. So we're waiting for the rules.
Councilmember Kircher.
I'd be in favor of doing both charging stations while we have the money and while the grants are available. If we don't use them right away, we will. I mean, the electric vehicles are coming, and this is a convenience, but it's also a way to provide an additional incentive to people, depending on what we decide to do in terms of an ordinance, which would be, I don't think we need to decide that now. I think that's something we can decide later. Is it just going to be open parking? Is it going to be restricted part of the day? Do you have to be charging your car? Or if you have an EV car, do you just get to park near the post office? I mean, that's what Target does. You know, they have all these EV stations. You don't have to charge your car, and you get to have the shortest walk to Target if you have an EV car. It's just an additional incentive, like being able to use a carpool lane. So we have a lot of options for what to do with this. And we also, I think, can sort of ease into this. But I'd be in favor of doing the whole thing right now, but I'd be fine with not just doing the single station that's two-headed. But bearing in mind, we'd probably need to restrike, and there'd be some cost to that.
Councilmember Cool.
I'm in favor of doing the two-headed item, but I'm concerned, if I understand this right, we could pass an ordinance which would prevent people who are not charging cars from using these parking places. Is that right, Rich?
So your question is, if we so choose, we could allow for free charging, or?
No, he's asking.
Well, for parking. Stop people from parking there who aren't charging.
We cannot do that unless we pass an ordinance. It's not
Okay.
enforceable.
But we could pass an ordinance to do that if we wanted to.
Yes.
Because I'm kind of concerned about how much use the charging stations are going to get if people who aren't charging can just slip their car in there.
Councilmember McMillan.
Couldn't we have restricted hours so that, you know, in the peak hours, I mean, this is probably beyond the scope of what this agenda item is, right? We're getting into the weeds of the ordinance, so maybe we should wait. But I think we could restrict the hours when non-EV cars could park there, like in the peak use times when kids are going to school and being dropped off or picked up. And then the rest of the time it could be restricted to electric vehicles. But I'm in favor of doing more. I agree with what Bill said. I think, California is not even going to be able to sell gas cars by 2035. I think there's a lot of people who come to Ross who drive electric vehicles. Teachers could use it at Ross School. Workers could use it in downtown Ross. People going to restaurants in Ross who drive electric vehicles could use this. I think we may be the only jurisdiction in Marin who does not have an EV charging station available to the public. So I think we're, kind of arriving late to the party. And I think it sends a good, strong signal that we are stewards of the environment, which is the latest goal that we just adopted. So I think it's consistent.
Thank you. Councilmember Cool, did you have another comment?
No.
Okay. I have one, which is just that something I'd said before, which is I think we do want to be careful about losing parking. I think we don't want to restrict it so much that, people can't park at the post office and people can't park downtown. Most people in town who have electric vehicles have their own charging stations. So I think I wouldn't be wild about making it a lot of restrictions right away. I'd be interested to see who's using it, how do the spaces fill up, and I certainly would be in favor of keeping those spaces open during the times when, like school, drop off, pickup, times when there's really a lot of use and a need for all of the parking places. I think that would be really important.
Yeah.
Any comments, or would someone like to make a motion?
This is just on for direction tonight.
Oh, is that right? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think that the direction is that we would go with 2. So let's move on. That takes us to.
Hold on, direction, so that we're going with both the 2 and the 1, or, okay, so all
2
3 spots.
stations.
Okay, so it does not need to come back to council on this item, so so that's.
Right. And the budget is slightly higher than what's in the staff
Yes.
report. So, but we do get the additional grant funding for each additional head. So thank you very much for the guidance.
I would say that at some point it needs to come back to council later in the process. And it's premature to put this on calendar, but we will need to consider restrictions, and that can only be done by ordinance. But how far out do you think we are, Rich? I mean, are we like 3 months or 4 months or 6 months, or when do you think this might actually happen?
We can just start ordering everything up now. There's probably a 6-week lead time and then another couple weeks to install. So yeah, we're still a couple months out.
Okay, thank you. Then let's move on to the next item. This is item 15, consideration of contract amendment for Quincy Engineering for consulting services on the Winship Bridge replacement project. Rich?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Tonight we are requesting that the council authorize the town manager to execute a contract amendment with Quincy Engineering for additional costs associated with the task related to the completion of NEPA, the National Environmental Policy Act, which is the federal equivalent of CEQA, and for right-of-way acquisitions required for the Winship Bridge replacement project. So the staff report is full of a lot of information, and some of it is complex, and the purpose was to kind of outline the pathway that led us to where we are now, beginning in 2013, when we requested the HBP grant funding, and when 2014, when we brought Quincy, the engineering consultant, under contract to do the Winship Bridge. And it was a long road just to get to 2017, where we finally approved an alignment, the council approved an alignment, we could move forward with environmental, which brought us to 2020, where we approved the council approved and adopted the mitigated negative deck. So we moved right into the NEPA process after certifying CEQA. And we are in the middle of the NEPA process right now. And the important thing to consider is the HBP funding as we look ahead to construction and to getting additional HBP funding obligated for final engineering. We want to complete this NEPA process and the right-of-way process, which brings us up in ranking with the Federal Highway Bridge Program, and more likely to eligible to not have our funding continuously kicked down the road, because we currently are at the bottom. We're ranked number 7, along with several other bridges in the state, which is the lowest ranking because we haven't completed our NEPA certification or our right-of-way certification. And then serendipitously, we've come to the beginning of the federal fiscal year this month, and we did have $160,000 in the HBP program that has been programmed for just this purpose, to complete the NEPA and the right-of-way. So it is somewhat of a straightforward process at this point, where we are asking for this contract amendment to get us through the NEPA and right-of-way process. It's a good, it could be considered a good stopping point once we achieve NEPA and the right-of-way, as we wait for the additional funding to be programmed with the HBP and get us into final design. But that's looking a little bit further down the road. And I think what is the main concern at this point is to get the consultants enough money to get those two important milestones behind us. And again, the $122,000 contract amendment to cover NEPA and right-of-way is currently programmed in the Federal Transportation Improvement Program. And it's very soon to be obligated once, again, we just started the fiscal year. They need a couple of weeks to convert that obligation into, or that program money into obligated funding. And we've been assured that that is going to happen. So none of the money requested tonight is coming from the general fund or the operating fund. So it's a fairly straightforward request, but I know everybody has a lot of questions. So I'm going to keep my staff report short and leave it with that. And I am here to answer any questions moving forward. And I hope that was clear, but if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
So Rich, I don't think I quite understand. You said something about this money isn't totally appropriated yet, but it's supposed to be happening. So it doesn't sound like we have the cash in our bank to give to these contractors. And yet at the same time, you said this isn't coming from town money. I mean, my thinking is we don't want to approve any contract that we don't have, state cash in our bank to pay for. So do we have state cash in our bank to pay for this?
Well, so normally it's a reimbursement process anyway. So when we pay our consultant fees, we're paying those out of our drainage fund for the Winship Bridge. And then 2-3 months down the road, anyway, we gather up those last 2 or 3 invoices and we request reimbursement. So by the time we get to November or December and we're ready to invoice this work, we'll have that money already obligated. And you say it's not in the bank until we've developed expenses to ask for reimbursement. So there's a lag anyway. So we're not going to see anything different than what we've seen before. By the time we're ready to invoice it, it'll be obligated.
I mean, are we 100% certain it will be obligated? Because it sounds like, what if the state changes their mind? What if someone changes their mind and it's not there? I mean, that happened to us with the school. We thought we had 8 million and we didn't get it. How certain are we? I guess I just don't want us to be taking money out of our drainage fund unless I know with 100% certainty that it's coming back to us, because it's not really time sensitive to get these documents done because we don't have the rest of the bridge money to move forward with the construction, right? So we're not like in a rush here.
Well, we are sort of in a rush to get these. So we're right in the middle of NEPA, and our consultants are going back and forth with the federal regulatory agencies to wrap up these NEPA reports that are required for certification. So in good faith, there, as you can see in the staff report, we have no more, or their contract is expended. And the already obligated HBP money is also has been used up. So they're moving in good faith toward getting NEPA certified. So 100% certainty, I can't say that about anything except, death and taxes, really. But the people that I've talked to, the people in the local agency assistants in Caltrans and the consultants say that once it's been programmed for several years for this fiscal year, there's a great certainty that we are going to get this money at the end of the month once they work through the paperwork for the obligations for the entire HVP program, which is nationwide.
Isn't there a chance they could run out of money and say, sorry, we don't have the money for you?
I'm not going to disagree with that.
I don't know. What do others think? I mean, I like cash in the bank. I don't like spending our own money on a bridge project, but I could be way off. What do you all think? Councilmember Cool.
Well, we're going to have to spend this money eventually to get the job done. So unless there's a real risk, and it sounds like there isn't a real risk of not getting it paid back, even if we weren't going to get it paid back, we might have to spend it anyway because we got to replace that bridge. So we got to move forward with this project. So even if there is a risk, I say let's take it.
Councilmember Kircher.
Agree with taking the risk. I think this project needs to move forward. We're already, if I understood the presentation correctly, we're already in a lower tier because we're a bit behind schedule. And now we're seeing complications like the SAFER project moving ahead and then talk about putting in temporary baffles and so forth. It's just getting more and more complicated. And I think we've already started down this road. We need to go forward. And take the risk. And of course, I don't want to see us on the hook for 122,000 we can't get back. But in this circumstance, I do think it's worth taking the risk.
Councilmember Breckus.
I think I need a little clarity because it seems like every time we do a project like this, we get told, oh, there's money for it and let's do it. And now with the staff report, and maybe I got the facts wrong, but I just want to maybe ask Rich. It seemed like right now we need to come up with 122,000 more. In 2017, we were asked to come up with 60,000 more. In 2014, we were asked to come up with 18,735,000 more. In 2017, we were asked to come up with 79,000. And now there's another 260,000 needed. And I just can't make heads or tails. Did we get reimbursed for some of those amounts? For sure, this was a project that we were told, here's a free brand new shiny bridge, Ross, do you want it? And I'm just trying to figure out where we're at now.
Mm-hmm. Well, great questions. So the second, there was, as far as I know, there was a second amendment of the Quincy contract for 79,000 back in 2017. I'm not sure of any other amendments to their contract, and that was related to all the additional studies that were required and additional council meetings that were required in order to get to the point where we're finally able to select an alignment. I mean, Quincy, back when we started this project, we anticipated we'd start construction in 2015 or 2016. And by the time we got to 2017, we were just deciding on what the alignment could be. And those are costs that, you know, the consultant had to bear. The additional studies we did, and I could bring up the list of where that $79,000 came from, and some of it was actually required for the additional hydraulics needed to revise the revisions caused by the SAFER project, where we had moved along with our hydraulics, and all of a sudden the county has this the SAFER project, which changed the entire creek hydraulics, and we had to revise it. We had to have Stetson do additional studies for that.
So
Can I ask this answer a simple question though? I think to answer your question directly, to date, all the money's been funded by HBP, the county flood control, and the state toll program. There has been $0 from the town of Ross. I think to answer your question quickly, to date, there's $0 from Ross and any fund.
So can the flood district pay for this? I mean, why don't they contribute for this?
Well, the flood district paid for our $60,000 worth of CEQA costs, and then another $35,000 for project management. So they have thrown in some money for that. The question of whether they should throw in additional money for SAFER, that has merit, but that's not what we're talking about tonight. We're talking about the contract amendment. And as Joe said, yeah, so far it's been 100% funded by the HBP and by the county and by the toll credits. And back to Elizabeth's question. So yes, we have the $260,000 coming in the future for final design. And a lot of that money is the caused by the delays and the escalation in costs. So the only escalations that we have paid Quincy was for up until 2017. They've been carrying the cost escalations of this project, continual delays for up until now, and they're pushing it off into the future too. So a lot of that 260,000 is because we've taken almost 10 years to even get to a point where we might be able to get into final design. And those are real costs that consultants have to bear.
But Rich, can you just tell me the 260, they're going to ask that of us, not a flood?
That's final design fees for the Winship Bridge.
We're going to look for HBP and state toll credits to pay for those.
Yeah, we're going to wait. Today's amendment is going to get us to a point where we're going to need to wait for that 260,000 to be obligated in the federal plan. We're not going anywhere into that $260,000 that I mentioned without HBP backing. But tonight's amendment, we do have the HBP backing almost certainly.
Okay, so I guess what I'm trying to figure out, the council decided that we would replace the bridge in part because we were getting a shiny brand new bridge without any expense. Has that changed? Are these different amounts that I just ran through on different years and whatever? Are we getting not reimbursed for them, or we are expecting to get reimbursed for all of them?
Yes, we've been reimbursed for all of it. So right now we're holding invoices for the consultant. We're not paying them because we don't have this contract amendment in place. And this is all just happening September, October, in the last month or two. We're not in arrears by more than just a couple months. And luckily now this HBP money is about to be obligated in as of October 1st. And they're just doing the paperwork and they should tell us by the end of October.
So all of these different amounts, 60, 18, 79, 122, 260, all of those amounts stated in your report are amounts that we will be reimbursed
Well, you've already been reimbursed.
or we expect to be reimbursed.
Yeah, I think that the county, the 54,500. I talked to the county. They've approved that invoice and it's going to be paid. And they just passed that resolution a few months back to up the money from. I think they added an extra 35,000 for that. So that's all been invoiced, or it's going to be invoiced and paid.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember McMillan.
I would like to make a motion to approve the contract amendment for Quincy Engineering for consulting services.
I don't believe if we've taken public comment yet, but maybe.
Second.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Are there any members of the public who would like to speak to this item?
There's no members of the public
There's no public out there.
at this late hour, no.
It's such a gripping topic.
Let's go take it back to the council then. Councilmember McMillan.
I would like to make a motion to approve the contract amendment for Quincy Engineering.
Second.
Okay, let's take the vote. How do you vote, Councilmember Breckus?
Aye.
And Councilmember Kircher?
Aye.
Councilmember Cool?
Aye.
Councilmember McMillan?
Aye.
And Mayor Robbins?
No.
Okay, so the motion passes with one opposed.
Okay, let's move on to item 16. Oh, yeah, 16.
Yes.
Okay.
Let's go real quickly. 16, is this the committee? Yeah, the policy at the September 29, 2021 MCCMC meeting, the membership voted to support forming an ad hoc water policy committee. Attached to the staff report is the committee summary of the new subcommittee. A couple council members requested that we put this on tonight's agenda prior to the first meeting of the new MCCMC Water Policy Committee meeting. And the question before you, there's one and possibly two questions. Participation on this subcommittee is voluntary from each of the Marin cities and towns. The town council should discuss and determine whether you want to participate on this subcommittee or not. If the council decides to participate, then you should determine which is the council member that should be the Ross representative to the subcommittee. And I believe the subcommittee, whatever jurisdictions determine their meeting, starts up, I believe, in early November. That's why it's on tonight's agenda.
So thank you. Right, so at the mayor's meeting, Kate Collin proposed this committee. She said in part seeing an empty reservoir, and there was discussion about what the goals might be, and they were in this policy committee draft from September. They're not goals that are, that city council members can actually implement. They're mostly things that the water district would do. And for that reason, Mill Valley said they did not vote for it. We also didn't vote for it, but said that if their committee was formed, we would consider participating. Mill Valley still isn't participating at all. And we can participate, but we don't have to. My personal opinion is it's not clear that there's anything that this committee can or should be doing. Not to say that there isn't a water issue, but it's not clear that this committee moves anything forward in a significant way that wouldn't also be happening at the level of the Marin Water District and the mayor's committees and the MCCMC. But we certainly can participate. It depends on what you would like. I would vote not to, but it's up to the five of us. Comments? Questions? Oh, Councilmember Breckus and then Councilmember Cool.
I would agree. I mean, having watched MCCMC over the years, there's so many people always proposing some new ad hoc committee, and we're a small town. We need to be conservative in what we dedicate our energy to. And I just feel like, you know, if somebody has a great interest in this, I think there's a lot of eyes that could be laid on MMWD meetings that would be of much value to the council. And I would say that would be a better use of council's members' time.
And this actually wasn't being formed in collaboration with the Water District. It was just on its own. Thank you. Councilmember Kirchner.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I think this is different from something like the Climate Action Committee, where there is no equivalent of the Metropolitan Water District that's taking the lead. And so I think that's a very useful forum to exchange ideas where the initiatives are coming locally, and a great way to collaborate. But here I really have struggled to think what could we do in Ross that would be different from what anybody else in the county would do. I mean, there might be some things like, should we help promote local use of cisterns or something if this water crisis is going to continue? But that's, we don't need a subcommittee for that. We can take our own initiatives.
Thank you. Councilmember McMillan and then Cool.
Yeah, I had originally expressed interest in serving on this committee. Because I don't have enough meetings to go to or something. But in thinking more about it and in looking at the short-term recommendation is to consider utilizing the Fairfax Water Conservation Program as a template. I went and looked at that. They are proposing to take $200,000 from the Fairfax town budget and hire one full-time employee and a part-time field manager and an educational person, and they're employing this group called Water Warriors to run around and look at people's watering, and they're trying to get $60,000 from the Water District to help them with additional outreach. I would just point out that the Marin Master Gardeners has an excellent program called Water Walkers, where you can call up and make an appointment, and 2 Marin Master Gardeners will come out and look at your whole property and your irrigation and your plants and your water usage to help you reduce water. So I feel kind of like this is kind of going a little crazy off the deep end. So I'm glad that I'm not the only one that's thinking that.
Thank you. And Councilmember Cool.
I agree. This thing is not going to accomplish anything. You can call up MMWD too, and they'll come out and tell you how to save water. This committee can't accomplish anything.
So it doesn't sound as though we will be participating. I think we can move on to the next item. And that is 17. What do we do in response to COVID? Joe?
Okay. As you're all aware, the COVID rates in Marin are going down steadily. Is the direction the county health department's going is that we're going to start opening up or reducing the places that masks are needed as the infection rate keeps going down. Starting tomorrow, there's a limited additional masking not required in indoor settings. If they can verify there's 100% of the people are vaccinated in settings such as gyms, fitness clubs, religious organizations, college classes, and indoor offices that don't have public allowed. You could look, the health officers thinking in the coming months, we're going to keep on easing. So overall, things are going in a positive direction. Specifically related to Ross, looking at our Halloween, given Shady Lane gets over 2,000 trick-or-treaters a year, staff's talked to several people who live on Shady Lane just to see what their thoughts are. And we've talked to at least 4 And several of them are very, very heavy participants. And they said they do not want Shady shut down. They're not going to be handing out candy. They're not going to be throwing festivities. Too much risk having 2,000 kids, mostly unvaccinated, coming into the homes. So we're made the decision, we are not going to close down Shady Lane. We should be sending out that email. I don't think I can't remember, Linda, if we sent it out yet. If not, it'll be coming out the next day or two, because we're getting that question. And Phil, the people need to know that. There are guidance from Public Health Department on how trick-or-treating should happen. The trick-or-treaters are supposed to wear a mask over or under the mask. I'm not quite sure how that always works. And say, social distancing, use hand sanitizer, hand out your candy outdoors, if possible, over a table. Anyhow, we'll put out some of the health guidance with our message going out from the health department. That is so the county and where we're at, and any questions from council members or other items you want to discuss relate to COVID. At 10:36 at night.
So then let's move, thank you, Joe. Let's move on to item 20, council correspondence. I just got one, it was actually from a month ago, I forgot to mention, just a neighbor emailed complaining about loudspeakers at Branson that were being used during the day. And I believe that got resolved. Otherwise, I have no council correspondence. Anybody with other correspondence? Future council items? Councilmember Breckus.
Yeah, I don't think that we've had this conversation for agendizing, so that's what I want to raise, is vaccinating staff members and council with the interest of coming back to meetings, but also for public safety.
Yeah, no, that's an important question. Like, should there be a vaccine mandate? I was wondering if we would do that when Krista comes, but it could be in the November meeting. I mean, that is a big question, and we do have to decide something.
Is this related to council coming back for council meetings, or what's
my thought was both? It would be just a vaccine mandate to encourage vaccinations. I don't know the staff's situation, but it would be a vaccine mandate for staff and also for council, because I don't think we should, as a board, not be vaccinated. Staff isn't.
And what about for people coming who are who are attending the meeting? I mean, all of these are things to discuss. So I guess the question is, should we put it on the November meeting or should we put it on the December meeting?
Just so you know, if I could speak a couple things on this, just so you know.
We can't talk about when to put it on, right?
Yeah, the one, and if I could make a comment on the overall thing too. Related to vaccinations, there hasn't been any. Marin's the safest county in the country, and we're in the safest part of that county. Public health has done an incredible job in Marin County at setting standards. They do have vaccination mandates or testing for public safety, so hospitals, public safety. They have not thought it's needed. I mean, I guess our health department is ahead of the rest of the country in keeping this county safe. And I'm just thinking, why would and our goal's been to keep people safe, and why would Ross?
I think if I can just interject here, we can't have an extended conversation about any of it right now. It's just whether or not to agendize it
right
at a subsequent meeting.
And I'm gonna not have, well, okay, and as far as timing, I guess if there's any materials, it's gonna be hard for staff to have time to put it together for November, where December would be a whole different story.
Okay. I would be fine with December. I didn't mean it to be
Okay, so Councilmember Cool.
Well, I was gonna make a similar request. I think we're at a point now where we need every month to have on our agenda an item to discuss whether we can, or whether or when, or what the status is of going back to in-person meetings.
Well, I think that's covered under that COVID item, but I think whether we have a vaccine mandate would be a special agenda item. Don't you think that, I mean, we can talk about that just under the monthly COVID item. So
No, I want to have an item so that if we can take some action, we do it.
I guess I feel like it's already agendized, but I'm sorry, Elizabeth?
I would be fine with having a action item that says, you know, is the council coming back? Because then we can take the action if we decide it's appropriate.
Okay, Ben, tell us.
Yeah,
what-
if I may, you're going to have a reoccurring item every month now under the new AB 361 of whether to continue remote meetings. If you don't act on that, you are in effect coming back at the subsequent meeting. So it's going to be on your agenda as a reoccurring item on your consent agenda.
Okay.
Should we put that on an administrative agenda though, the next month? So they could talk about it?
We can pull it off the
Or
consent.
you could pull it off, yeah.
Yeah. So then it's really a question of when do we talk about when do we want to agendize the question of a vaccine mandate? And I think that it's either November or December. Elizabeth, you proposed it. Which month do you want to go for and see if there's a second?
Whatever staff can do. And then when we do have a discussion about council coming back, I would just like to get legal input on whether or not we can, you know, make people coming into the chambers also be vaccinated.
Okay.
And not just masked, but vaccinated.
Right. So then does that need to be December or can it be November? Is it December okay? I think if it's December, that's sort of saying we're not coming back in.
November's would be really, really difficult, given that we're 3 weeks away from the meeting and we got to meet some huge items on it, like Ross Valley Fire and some other items. I'm personally gone the 2 weeks the whole time of the agenda, which was supposed to be my retirement trip. That's now my pre-retirement trip. So I would appreciate if we could do the vaccination one at the December meeting to have time that it actually could get.
Just as long as you think about it during your vacation.
I will think about it.
So I'll be.
Every time I put on a mask and going into a store, I'll think about it.
Elizabeth, I concur. We can put that on December. Any other items for, and the specific item is what kind of conditions do we set for council staff and attendees at council meetings? Then on to any other future council items. Well, okay, so at.
Wait, you want to do the RPOA thing?
Oh, sorry, yes, RPOA. They sent in their report late. Adrian's daughter fell and needed some medical attention. So they've raised close to $50,000. They're beautifying the post office. There's painting is being done, and they have a photo competition, and Kevin Burkholz won that with a painting of a photo of sunset. The portable bathroom enclosures are happening. This is Nally Coffin Park, and there are some movable soccer goals that they purchased for the town that can be used after school and on the weekends. Then they've paid, they contributed $300 for the coffee and pastries for the age-friendly task force. And moving on, that more outdoor music events are being planned in the spring, and we're working on dates, and that Anthony and Gretchen have been wonderful partners. And then RPOA and Ross Auxiliary are working on illuminating the commons for the holiday in a dazzling display of lights. They're using a company called Twinkle Lights. They're working hard to raise money. I know the first estimate was something like $17,000. So The lights, I'm sure, will be spectacular. Shooting stars, snowflakes, individual trees, and more. The lights will go up December 3rd during Winterfest and stay on through January. They're also spreading Halloween spirit with pumpkin decorating kits, and that's a fundraiser for the Winterfest and the lights. Chief Potta joined the auxiliaries meeting in October and shared good news about police participating in the Pink Patch Project. Don't know more about that. And Ross Auxiliary is starting to work on the winter dinner, which will be held in February and will require proof of vaccination. That's it. So at 10:46.
And council, just a reminder that the November meeting is November 4th because it conflicted with, just want to make sure it's on all of your schedules.
Thank you.
Okay.
So 10:46, the meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Okay, good
everybody.
night, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.